Good morning and welcome to IPC Apex Expo here in San Diego. We're broadcasting live from the show floor and delighted to be bringing you quite an extensive program this week of different presentations, panel discussions, and talk shows. We're going to try and bring you some pictures and images of the show floor itself so you'll be able to see some of the action going on. But we'll also be bringing you some other interviews from my two co-presenters who are joining me today. I have Keith Bryant and Mike Conrad. So welcome, guys. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yep. I think we have to say it's good to be here in person.
Yeah,
incredibly.
It's always nice to see people, not pixels. So.
I know. So it's going to be a very different show this year, obviously because of the pandemic. But I think it's fair to say that IPC have been pretty good at making sure, checking everybody's got their vaccinations and things like that, and are doing good practice. I know we're not wearing masks for the interview here, but everybody else is around the rest of the show floor.
Yeah, they've got the COVID stuff, I think, covered really well. They're doing checks on everybody for vaccinations or tests and all the other stuff. And as you say, thankfully, I guess because it's not a huge show, the aisles are wider and there's more space. And, I think everybody is as safe here as you could be at an expo.
Yeah, we have our white wristbands to prove it. Yeah. I feel like I've gained entry to a exclusive nightclub or something.
So the white wristbands, of course, denote that you've got all your jabs. I see Keith's got a green one on, as I've got a green one on this arm, which is another traffic light system they've got here. So red means don't come near me. Yep. Amber means that you can do
we can touch
elbows or fist bumps, and green means you'll do handshakes and hugs and kisses
and high fives and anything you get paid for, basically.
Yeah. I'm not wearing one. I want to be ambiguous.
You want to be ambiguous?
Yeah,
okay.
So people have to take their chances with me.
Excellent. Okay, well, as I say, I think they're taking all the precautions they possibly can, and it's going to be a very interesting, and it feels a fairly safe environment, quite frankly. So let's talk a little bit about the shows you've got coming up. Let's start off with you, first of all, Keith. You're doing the Keith Bryant show. Tell you, what time are you on this morning?
12:30.
12:30. Okay.
Yep. And 11:30 tomorrow, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's coming up?
Yeah, well, we've got everything from new stuff about SPI, some, let's say, material treatments with what they're calling nanospec surface treatments, right through to a new wave solder machine and new stencil cleaning stuff.
Right.
And a couple of other guests that I'm still trying to line up at the last minute. So, yeah, it should be an interesting and varied program. Hopefully we'll have some good conversation.
Right, excellent. And Mike, you've got some guests coming on. You're branding it under your Reliability Matters.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for inviting me to produce a couple of the shows here in your booth, your impressive booth. We'll be talking to three people tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Today at 1 o'clock. Today at 1 o'clock. From Viscom, we'll talk to Jesper Leik and Ed Moll about inspection systems, specifically one of their inspection systems. And that's always a subject that interests me from a reliability standpoint.
Yeah,
because it's better to find it in the factory than have it escape out to
into the
field.
Yeah.
And then we'll also be talking to Kevin Hill at EM Solutions about quick turn assembly. And on the kind of a similar subject, we'll be talking to Greg Papandrew from PCB Direct, who is a board broker, basically. He is responsible for obtaining circuit boards. And since the entire foundation of everything we do starts with a circuit board, it's an interesting conversation. He's helping me at SMTA produce a training series on how to purchase boards, best practices for purchasing boards. So we're putting that together right now. So he'll give a little preview of what SMTA members can expect from that.
Right. I'm sure he must be going through some real issues at the moment with all these supply chain issues we've got out there.
Supply chain, tariffs, transportation. I'm sure half his products is sitting just a few miles north of us, out in the ocean right now.
Right. Exactly. Okay, so looks like we've got a busy day ahead of us. So I'm going to let you to go off and basically get ready for your shows later on today. And coming up after the break, I'm going to be joining my first guest of the day, and he's coming in remotely from the UK. We'll be joining Michael Ford from Aegis Corporation. Okay, and welcome back. So joining me as my first guest today is Michael Ford from Aegis Corporation over in the UK. Welcome, Michael. Nice to see you. That's a familiar sight.
Hey, nice to be here.
Your home office. So it's just a pity you couldn't make it over here to San Diego, but that's life.
Yeah, I'm gutted.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm gutted. I'd have loved to have been there.
Yeah, I'm sure. But you actually had a lot of input to the show here because you've been very involved in the factory of the future. And I'm just wondering what people can expect from the factory of the future feature that we've got at the show here. How much can you tell us about what's going on in that area?
Yeah, there's a whole team of people behind the scenes putting the conference together, most of them volunteers, I should say. And it's been quite interesting putting forward, the idea of factory of the future, because, I think most people are quite concerned with the factory of now and, getting through all of the situation with COVID and supply chains, etc. But, the factory of the future, achieve digital transcendence. It was really an idea that IPC had to look forward, let's say 5 or 10 years, and to work out what kinds of technologies that we would be seeing in manufacturing. I mean, in terms of machine processors, maybe new kind of PCBs, flexible or wearables, and of course the software side, artificial intelligence and the role that that may play in that factory. So we really wanted to have a glimpse into the future so that we could start being, a form of guidance, if you like, with the industry, really to set that kind of roadmap towards this digital manufacturing of the future.
Right. Okay. Interesting. I had a discussion yesterday, an interview yesterday with Chris Mitchell from IPC, and he was saying that in the rollout of Industry 4.0 automation adoption, he said that there seemed to be some real disparities between different geographical regions. For example, he felt that Switzerland, France, Germany were very progressive in their attempts to bring in more advanced factory automation and line automation, whereas in the United States it was a little bit subdued. I think the big companies, the tier ones, of course, they're obviously getting involved in it, but it's a bit of a harder sell for the smaller companies over here.
Yeah, it's always difficult to understand, am I going to be on the bleeding edge? I want to be the leading edge, but right. There is always a risk that it carries. And we've seen that getting to understand how to collect data, what to do with that data, and also then how to secure the data so that it's only used for good, can be a daunting thing and requires time and investment. So, those who have taken the plunge, as it were, they've been motivated from a specific point, the need for something. And that need for something varies from company to company, product line to product line, sector to sector, whether you need traceability or whether you need to work in a very strange environment, for example, where normal kind of techniques wouldn't work anymore, whether you've been facing with the need for agility, high mix environment. So yeah, different people do see different pressures.
Right. And talking about the topic of security, I mean, there's obviously you're driving forward the IPC initiatives on counterfeit avoidance. What new things have been coming out on that?
It's an interesting area because, even starting with the design data, for example, normally when a product would be re-engineered by a competitor or whoever, it would be physically out in the market and it would take weeks or months to do that. In the digital realm, you could use minutes to actually take some file and start to understand the technology and the IP within that design. It's very, very much more important to secure it. And so what we've been looking at are many different standards actually from IPC that allow a kind of interoperability of information in a secure way. So first of all, with IPC 2581, we now calling DPMX, having that one file that represents the digital product model of that product you're going to make, using Connected Factory Exchange, CFX, to securely transfer it over the internet into the factory for use, even down to the machine level.
Right.
We also have the new IPC cybersecurity standard on the horizon. This is not just regular IT cybersecurity. This is actually practical manufacturing-driven cybersecurity. What happens on the OT network where something is discovered that may potentially affect products? And so there is a full range of help and instruction and procedures defined within that in order to ensure that products are not compromised in any way. Right. So that together with the traceability, that association of materials and products, good for the whole supply chain security, authentication, creating digital fingerprints of products and materials as they're used. Right. These are all covered now in these new IPC standards.
Right. And so when can we expect to see them being rolled out? I mean, what's the time frame for them?
The new ones, cybersecurity is pretty much imminent. That's going to be probably the first half of 22. The 1782A secure supply chain is already out and is in fact adopted by the US DoD, which is nice. The next stage of that, the digital fingerprint, this component level authentication, it's probably going to be quite a few more months before that's taken out. Other things like, of course, CFX is already out there, the IPC digital twin, and 1782 base traceability, already out there and good to go. 2581 celebrating 10 years, I think, right now. Or is it the consortium that's celebrating 10 years? So it's very much an established standard.
Right. Excellent. Okay. And you touched on there, of course, the digital twin, which is a very important development for being able to get boards into production and much quicker with fewer turns and things like that. You're saying is that available now? Is that actually?
Yes, it is. And
yeah.
The idea behind it is really to form the structure of interoperability. So, for example, and this was released last year. For example, you can define the digital twin of the product, of materials, of the bill of materials, of your production line configuration, the machines themselves, your assignment of products to lines, the products as they go out into the market. And so that's a massive scope. And so what we wanted to do is to create the interoperability. How should market data interact with manufacturing data, interact with design data? Because there's a lot to learn if you're designing your next product and you want to understand the manufacturing environment, you want to understand past performance, etc. So creating that interoperability is the most important thing. And that's what we set out to define initially in this digital twin standard, so that we're not forcing people to use any particular solution. Of course, that's not what IPC do. What we're doing instead is to create that framework where you could have a dozen different solutions, all being able to talk to each other and interrelate each other, providing data, sharing data, so as to build this holistic digital view of the entire manufacturing chain from design, manufacturing, and out into the market.
Yeah, well, it's fascinating stuff, and it's certainly, very, very, very timely at the moment. But Michael, it's great to see you again, and I want to thank you for coming and joining us. It must be kind of getting late in the day, I guess. Over
It's dark outside. I wish I was there. Honestly, I'm missing all of the fun there.
You are, and we're going to try and bring you some shots of the actual show floor later in the day. So we'll be doing that as well. But for now, I've got to say thanks for joining us. And coming up after the break, we are going to be talking to a representative from a brand new company that was launched only 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
Electronics are part of our world, expanding by application to open up new opportunities for automotive, healthcare, and many other industries. But today's manufacturing techniques are not sustainable. They are energy hungry and inefficient, expensive, and have limited flexibility. The world is asking us to do better. Introducing Pulse Forge tools, a new approach to thermal processes like soldering and curing. Design with more flexibility, manufacture with fewer process steps, reduce energy use, and decarbonize the supply chain. Expand your creativity to new levels. Designers are asking for more. They need to reduce form factors, reduce weight to work on wearables and stretchables, opening new market opportunities for consumers across the world, asking us to do better. If you think sustainability and freedom of design are not possible in electronics manufacturing, think again. Think Pulse Forge.
And welcome back. I'm delighted to be joined now by Stan Farnsworth from a new company called Pulse Forge. Welcome, Stan, and thank you for coming in today.
Of course, good morning. This is our debut here at IPC Apex, following our exciting launch at CES just a couple of weeks ago.
Right, exactly. So just to explain to our viewers, the Pulse Forge is a breakaway division from Novacentrics. They were together at one point, but explain why you split the company.
Sure. So Novacentrics is our origination point. Novacentrics has been in operation altogether now for over 20 years. We started as a nanomaterials company, evolved into printed and flexible electronics, and over the course of that evolution, we developed a couple of really important business units. One related to materials through primarily electrically conductive inks, and also some continued sales and development of nano powders and formulations. But the second one that really developed as we got more into the challenges of printed and flexible electronics is related to processing those materials. And the challenge has always been processing materials at higher temperatures than what their substrates could accommodate. And that seems like a challenge for sure, but we figured out how to do that with our Pulse Forge tools. And over the course of time, the Pulse Forge product line has evolved, and we finally realized just during the pandemic that we wanted to separate that into an independent entity to really let that blossom and flourish. And so here we are now with Novacentrics continuing on, but here we are today with Pulse Forge Corp.
Great. So tell us a little bit how the technology works, because you mentioned there that it reflows solder and other materials at a much higher temperature. But of course, that normally sends warning bells off in people's minds. But in actual fact, it's a very safe system, for the components around it. Maybe you could explain that.
Of course, thanks. We are playing tricks with heat transfer. So using physics in our favor, it turns out that if we can apply energy quickly enough, and by quickly enough, I mean seconds or even milliseconds, then we can achieve the target temperatures on the, in this case, the solder, and achieve liquidus and get good reflow properties, but turn off the power again before enough total energy has been applied to heat the substrate and the components. So we're heating only the solder in seconds or less, and not heating the entire body of the substrate and all of the other components. And in doing that, it lets us do a couple of things, and it lets our customers who are using the tools do a couple of things. It lets them process the solders very quickly, much faster than traditional technologies allow. It lets them process large areas altogether, so we get much more scalability and throughput. And when you process large areas, you get fun effects like self-aligning components, because the surface tensions on the solder allow them to realign themselves on the pads, which is really exciting to watch. But really importantly also, it lets us and our customers use only about 15% of the energy that a normal reflow oven would use. And so it's a great way to decarbonize the supply chain and save some energy costs while we're at it.
Yeah, that's incredible, because, I mean, sustainability is such a big deal nowadays. A lot of countries are mandating that you have to reduce your energy levels. So this would be certainly one way of being able to reduce energy levels in the factory considerably.
Yeah, absolutely. And a quick tool installation, that's a very quick way to drop energy consumption. Because of the technology, there's no need to turn it on hours early to reach thermal equilibration in 10 or 12 zones. The way we're delivering the energy through light energy, it just turns on and then it turns off. It's really that quick.
What temperatures does it get up to?
So we can really readily achieve the liquidus temperature of even SAC 305. The lead-free solders, no problem at all, 200 to 300 degrees, 250 degrees C. In other applications outside of soldering, the tools that are configured for these other applications can do really crazy things like even melt glass frit. In fractions of a second, so 1,000 degrees C plus.
Wow.
Now, of course, we're not doing that on the electronics side, but the tool capabilities are certainly there.
Wow, that really is quite a very flexible range then of different applications. I was lucky enough to be with you up at CES to have a look at some of the things that were going on there, and I spoke to Rudy Gosch about one of the applications we were talking about, which was really how to reflow onto materials, and wearables. Maybe take a look and see what Rudy told us. So one of the areas that seems to have attracted a lot of attention this week is on the wearable side.
Absolutely.
So how do you photonically solder onto wearable materials which are stretchable?
So that's, again, a great question, and this has come up multiple times with a lot of the customers that we have talked to, right? The samples that we are showing here are very thin PET. It's very, very flexible, but it's not stretchable, right? So for a lot of the things that we would work on the fabric side, on the wearable side, let's say, would need to stretch a lot more. The substrate would be something like TPU, thermoplastic polyurethane, and instead there is definitely a down the line possibility of having, etched copper on TPU. That's not what we have right now. But what we do on the Novacentric side of our business, we have conductive inks.
Right.
And those conductive inks, by controlling the property of those, you can really make them stretchable. Now these stretchable inks can then be cured using the pulse forge technology. So you can put down SAC 305 and do the solder reflow using our pulse forge technology.
Yeah, so it's clear there, Stan, that what's happening is that they're using the combination of the pulse forge tool and, in this case, for the wearables, working on the Novacentrics inks that allow that to happen.
Yeah, and that's a really key point. Certainly the tools are dependent on having materials to process. The good news is that really almost any material can be fine. So Novacentrics has very excellent inks, and of course we'll advocate for Novacentrics inks. But we're finding that there is a lot of adaptability in the tools as well for different types of solder from many of the manufacturers. So we've been partnering and doing tests with leading manufacturers, solder providers here in this room today. We've done some publications with Indium and a couple of other folks as well, for example, using their off-the-shelf solder. So it doesn't require a special material to be able to use this new technology.
Right. Well, okay, so when I was at CES, I also asked Rudy about some of the other applications that opened up for this technology. And this is what he said. Just finishing off on the low temp solder side, that it is a real alternative, because some of the options they're looking at the moment are tin bismuth alloys or potentially ECAs, which, of course, they use silver flakes, which is expensive.
Yeah, and there's, I'm not going to say anything that is inherently bad about those technologies, but those are being used because you cannot use the more conventional solder alloys such as SAC305. And why cannot you use SAC305 for a lot of these new applications, right? Because SAC305, the reflow temperature is much higher than tin bismuth. We had some of these samples here where we show what happens to PET.
Right.
Very thin PET, you put it in an oven, it gets completely destroyed. We have a way of getting around that. So now you don't have to think about using silver epoxy. You don't have to think about ECAs, ECPs. You don't have to think about using tin bismuth. You do not have to make a sacrifice in your performance. You do not have to make a sacrifice in terms of materials that you use just because you want to design and develop new applications.
Yeah, well, of course, that clip there was actually talking about the using the tool as an alternative for low temperature soldering, which is obviously another key application for it. But Stan, I mean, you found some great applications when you were at CES. I think the one that sticks out in my mind was the guy from WAGS. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we loved CES. That was such a great venue for us to debut the company in the consumer electronics space because of the tremendous design that's evident there. And of course, CES is well known for that. One of the things that we learned at CES this year was the tremendous growth of wearables for animals, for pets. And we had an opportunity to talk with the good folks at WAGS. Tom Mason is their chief supply chain officer, and he spent a few minutes with us talking about the need for getting improved form factors, smaller devices, reduced weight, so that they could actually develop products for smaller animals. Right now, they're constrained only for larger 15-pound plus animals, dogs, large cats, I suppose. And the ability to have smaller, lighter form factors would enable a whole additional market segment for them with their pet wearables.
Absolutely. I mean, it's into the toy dog market and everything. So that really would open up the market for them. So, yeah, a lot of interesting applications, and I think this has got a long way to go. So we're going to keep a very close eye on it, Stan, and we'll be having a further interview with you later in the week, which we'll be recording. But for now, I want to thank you for coming in and joining us.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you.
Okay. So coming up, there's a couple of interviews I recorded yesterday with the IPC staff, notably John Mitchell, who's the president, and Chris Mitchell, who's head of government relations. So we'll be passing over to the first of these interviews now.
At Kaizen, we know it's the science that makes the difference. The right solutions happen when you care enough to ask the right questions. And we understand that your performance is directly related to ours. Science knows why it works, care knows why it's important. For micro dispensing, there is one product line that is proven and trusted by manufacturers in semiconductor packaging, electronics assembly, medical device, and electromechanical assembly the world over. DL Technology, superior pumps and needles for the finer things in life.
So today I'm joined by John Mitchell, President of IPC. Nice to see you again, John.
Good to see you, Trevor.
Yeah, so it's been 2 years since we last had this discussion.
Live,
Of
Yes,
course,
yes.
and you know, a lot's happened in that time. But what are the looking forward? What are the big threats and opportunities out there for the EMS industry?
So I tend to think of threats as opportunities,
Okay.
right? So every time you see something that's a challenge, there's also an opportunity there for somebody to step up and meet that challenge.
Right.
But there's several things on the horizon. So there's obviously right now supply chain issues are a big challenge for especially the EMS companies. You know, getting the parts that you're looking for. Counterfeit substitute parts are a big challenge as well as you look at the supply chain. So that's going to go on for some time. I mean, we're going to have supply chain challenges, and it's not just the silicon chipsets. I mean, there's supply chain challenges across the board. So I anticipate that'll be probably the largest challenge. The opportunity to that is, you know, having smarter systems. So the more intelligent our systems are and the more intelligent your suppliers or your customer systems are, and you work together seamlessly, you can anticipate these needs and challenges earlier and then look for alternate sources. So really integrating the factory of the future types of concepts earlier will help you through challenges like this that we're struggling with today.
I mean, that's been one of the big growth areas throughout COVID, has been these companies that are able to use APIs into suppliers' systems to be able to say in real time what they have available, what the current cost is, etc.
Well, and even doing you know, qualifications or inspections virtually, you know, so they've been able to, so it's saving on travel, you don't have to do schedule as much. So there are opportunities that people are finding through this, and I think it will change the landscape of the industry going forward.
Yeah, I agree. So what during the last 2 years has IPC been doing specifically to try and help its members during COVID?
Oh, so many things. Just a few examples. So we started early on when it started hitting outside of Asia in March of 2020. Having at the time that we were doing weekly calls, executive calls. So we had an executive forum where people were sharing. It was great because we had companies who had lived through it for a month or so in Asia, sharing their know-how with companies that were just beginning to see it in March. And so these calls were very valuable. You get industry, and it was just an open forum. We didn't record it or anything like that. It was just, okay, how do we deal with this? How are you implementing this new challenge or this way to deal with that, et cetera? So those kind of interactions between executives I found, I thought were super helpful.
Right.
We're now down to an every other month cadence, which still is exciting because we talk about, it's not just about COVID, we talk about other things that are challenging the industry. But in addition to that, so like a lot of certifications, a lot of those exams happened face to face. And that was no longer a possibility for people to keep their certifications up. So our team worked overnight practically. I mean, it was just something we had planned on doing in a couple of years.
Right.
They pulled off in a few weeks.
Really?
And doing basically remote proctored exams. So
You were
could
able to
then-
do that remotely and know that they were.
Yeah, we partnered with some people that were doing that as well, and then integrated into our exams. So you didn't have to leave the comfort of your own home to renew your certification and things like that. And that continues today. Some places are still enjoying and using that benefit, and other places have gone back to more traditional means. But those are just a couple of examples of the way that we tried to.
Yeah, well, your
meet
first
the
example
needs.
is quite interesting because I mean a lot of the bigger companies had that ability because they had a footprint in Asia and Europe and the US. But you know, for IPC to be able to bring it to the smaller members,
it was
been very helpful.
All hands welcome, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you know, we've had a little bit of regionalization started pre-COVID, but obviously with the supply chain shortages and sustainability coming into becoming a much higher profile in the industry, do you think that's going to exacerbate? Do you think there's going to be a bigger push towards regionalization?
I think there is a large push toward regionalization. To what degree it takes will be interesting. I think there are a lot of opportunities. I think it's a smart thing to be considering local options, but it doesn't need to be local only.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I think you should be looking at do you have a way to get your PCBs locally if you needed them? Do you have a way to have your assemblies shopped out to customers, et cetera? Your parts, though, is interesting. I don't expect, to suddenly have a capacitor manufacturer in every region. That just won't make sense. But I think there'll be some interesting methodologies employed by distributors to have a little bit more resilient supply available. That may drive up costs a little bit too. But at the end, I think we'll find some balance there as we go forward. But yes, I see the regionalization trend continuing for probably about a decade. And then at some point, people are going to go, hey, if we don't have a catastrophic thing going on, we can get things cheaper again, and maybe we can go back to a globalized view. But it'll take a while.
I don't know. I mean, I think the other thing that's driving it is the sustainability. Reducing the carbon footprint. It makes no sense to send things halfway across the world.
Unless we can figure out how to do it carbon-free.
Absolutely, but then of course you've got your costs as well. I mean, look at the cost of container ships coming from Asia at the moment. It's horrific.
Yep, the costs have been driven up, but I actually expect those. As we talk with our chief economist Sean Dubervac, a lot of those costs are starting to level off, and we expect they'll start getting back to more normal ranges once travel becomes a little bit more normal again. But we'll see. We'll see.
Right. Okay. So I mean, as this regionalization does extend over the next 10 years, how do you think that's going to look? Because it's not just chips we need. We need PCB manufacturers more regionally. We need OSATs. We need the whole supply chain.
Yeah, and so we recently launched a report. It's actually available online for free on the IPC website on the advanced packaging situation. It's focused on North America, but it's actually a global view, and I believe we're looking at actually doing a regionalized one just for Europe as well, similar to that situation. Yeah. But the situation is fairly similar. If you're talking about the whole OSAT or IC substrate market, Asia really has a very robust ecosystem for the semiconductor and the relevant substrates and OSAT departments, whereas North America and Asia and Europe, not so much.
Right.
And so I do see, if you're going to invest, a lot of, Europe and North America are talking about making very heavy investments in semiconductors.
Yeah.
But if they don't do the same type of investment for the entire ecosystem, you're just going to be shipping them over to Asia anyway.
Right.
Because that's the only place you'll be able to manufacture them so they're usable. Yeah. So they have to be thinking through all that. And we're advocating for that in both continents. So that sort of entire ecosystem needs to be thought through. And we talked about the chip side. I think there's ways and there's ways, right? There's certain things that you will need to build locally. Other things you'll need to obtain and keep locally, if you will.
Right. Okay. Final question, because I know we've got a schedule here today. Apex has just started,
yes.
And we're looking forward to a busy week. But Omicron has obviously had an effect on the show this year. How do you see this going forward? How do you see it playing out this week, and then looking forward to next year and years after? Do you think trade shows will return to the same levels they did, or do you think they're going to be hybrid events in the future?
So I think there will be a hybrid component in the future for certain things, but there really is no substituting meeting people face to face.
True.
So I expect they will go back to very close to what we've seen in the past, if not exceeding it, because now there's more demand than ever for electronics, and people need to get together and sort out how they're going to meet all these needs.
There's more people coming into the industry, that's true.
Yeah, so I'm hopeful that long term we won't see a detrimental impact to us getting together face to face.
Right.
And so that's, we still have great hopes for that, and the fact that we're having the show in as good a shape as it is this year is helps me believe that even further next year it'll be even stronger.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope so. It certainly looks the show floor looks very healthy. There's a lot of equipment and machines on display.
I tell you, I was very pleased to see all the equipment that made it with, as you were mentioning, some of the port issues and challenges like that. As we were walking through it a little bit yesterday, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
So good to see this machinery actually got here.
Yeah, great. So congratulations on putting together yet another great show, John, and thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you, Trevor.
Electronics are part of our world. expanding by application to open up new opportunities for automotive, healthcare, and many other industries. But today's manufacturing techniques are not sustainable. They are energy hungry and inefficient, expensive, and have limited flexibility. The world is asking us to do better. Introducing Pulse Forge tools, a new approach to thermal processes like soldering and curing. Design with more flexibility, manufacture with fewer process steps, reduce energy use, and decarbonize the supply chain. Expand your creativity to new levels. Designers are asking for more. They need to reduce form factors, reduce weight to work on wearables and stretchables, opening new market opportunities for consumers across the world, asking us to do better. If you think sustainability and freedom of design are not possible in electronics manufacturing, think again. Think Pulse Forge.
Hello, so I'm joined today with Chris Mitchell, who's the Vice President of Government and Industrial Relations at IPC. Great to see you again, Chris.
Great to see you again, Trevor.
Yeah. So you've been a strong advocate of US government-funded initiatives for lead-free, specifically in military and aerospace applications. Why are you getting involved in that, and what's driving that new research?
So IPC has been, of course, involved in this issue for many years. In fact, we lead the PERM Council, which is the collection of companies really interested in trying to address this lead-free issue. Here's what we know. We know that North America is, at least relative to other regions around the world, disproportionately reliant on lead-based electronics and lead-based solder. Yeah. We know that the trend is moving in the opposite direction, which is creating supply chain issues for DoD. It's increasing their costs, and it's making it more difficult for government agencies in particular to really stay current with the most cutting-edge technologies. Yeah. And so in order for government and other industries that rely on advanced electronics, we need to make sure that we address this issue once and for all. It's something that probably should have been done many years ago. But again, I think that there is probably for North America in particular, if you look at the lead solder usage, yeah. It's a particular issue here in the United States and one that they need to address. In terms of the work that we're doing, I think we're in the midst of, on the cusp of gaining U.S. government dollars for the third straight year for research. We're going to be pursuing 2 more years of funding, and our hope is that out of that research will come a lot greater clarity about what kind of applications can move to a lead-free environment. Right. Well, I mean, when lead-free first came on the scene, I mean, the military didn't adopt it because of reliability issues in harsh environments. But I mean, I think the work that has been done on lead-free since then and the development has really made it quite a reliable process. Absolutely, and so you've seen huge advancements in the industry. The reality is that those advancements aren't necessarily reflected by government decisions, and so that's what we'd like to change. One other quick thing on this lead-free effort. The money that we have been able to secure for this research is being managed by a new Defense Electronics Consortium within the Defense Department. And this is a consortium that really provides, for the first time in many years, an opportunity for U.S. electronics manufacturers to engage directly with the Defense Department on the issues that are really matter to our industry.
Right.
And so it's another reason why we're excited about this funding. It's really providing that platform. And we see the lead-free project as the first project among many that are pertinent to the future of electronics manufacturing.
It's interesting. It's interesting. So you've got another area. You've got a PCB R&D report coming out shortly. There's a lot of R&D getting done, but I believe from talking to you earlier, you're maintaining that it's getting done in the factory. Can you maybe elaborate on that and tell us a bit more?
Sure. So as part of our industry intelligence program, we've been trying to ensure that internal stakeholders, the industry, as well as external stakeholders, understand better how our industry operates. And I think if you look at R&D, which is an area that our industry sometimes struggles with, given the fact that we have very thin margins, and that makes it very difficult for companies to invest in R&D, among many other things. Now, I think what you see, and what this report that's been authored by Joe O'Neill, who has been a long-time kind of industry leader, what he highlights is the fact that there is R&D taking place. In fact, R&D is taking place every day on the factory, the floor, but instead of segregated, kind of an isolated project within an R&D department, it's taking place on the factory floor in response to a customer need.
Right.
And so the R&D is very much intertwined with production.
Right.
And unfortunately, for many PCB manufacturers, that makes it challenging then in terms of taking advantage of government tax credits for R&D. And so the question or the challenge that Joe is putting out there, both to industry and to government, is how do we think a little bit differently about R&D, and how do we, with this greater appreciation for the way in which it's taking place in our industry, can government and industry work more collaboratively to make sure that the needed investments in R&D are made?
Right. Presumably it has to be defined earlier at the beginning of the manufacturing process, so that it's not classified just as troubleshooting. And the lines aren't blurred, as it were.
Well, and again, I don't want to take all the thunder out of Joe's report, and I encourage everybody to take a look at it, but I think he draws a contrast with the semiconductor industry and the way in which the semiconductor industry has been able to systematize and bring into uniformity their production processes that then lends itself to R&D, and that hasn't been the case for the PCB industry, where everything is so highly customized.
Yeah.
And so again, it's another facet of this that certainly merits not only consideration, but consideration in the context of policymaking and industry practices.
Okay. Now, I want to change the subject a little bit. More recently, countries like China and Germany have been encouraging their manufacturing companies to reduce their energy output by 20%. In Germany, it's been mandated. I don't know if the enforcement's particularly strong. In China, they've been a lot stronger about it, and they're even cutting companies off in terms of reducing their manufacturing hours, or even fining them if they don't meet this 20% reduction. Do you see that becoming, as we're trying to get into a greener, more energy-friendly, sustainable environment? Do you see that becoming something that's going to be copied by other countries? And what do you think you can do to help members with this type of legislation?
So it's absolutely going to happen at a governmental level across the globe.
Right.
On the other hand, I think it's also happening within the industry and within our relationship with civil society and with customers. Right? I mean, already you look at ESG, there is a huge pressure on companies, especially public companies, to better identify their use of natural resources, including energy.
Yeah.
And so I think there's going to be a pressure coming from government, but also from non-governmental interests on companies to bring down their energy usage. One of the ways in which we've been trying to address this issue is both in terms of bringing companies together to talk about their use of energy and natural resources, and we do that primarily through our ESG steering group as well as our environmental committees. But in addition, I think there's huge opportunities for the industry to be better stewards of natural resources through applications like the Factory of the Future. To the degree that we have better data, better transparency, it allows us to make better decisions.
Right.
And so I think that while there is a role for government, the approach that we have been trying to take at IPC is one of not waiting to react to what government is doing, but how can we be actors, good actors in this process, trying to help improve the welfare of our planet.
Right, right. Excellent. Okay. Now, in the last couple of years, IPC has become a lot more active in Europe, for example.
Yeah, much.
So what have you been doing to help steer some of the manufacturing policies, for example, in Europe, and contribute to the debate around AI and robots and all this type of stuff?
So in Europe, I think we have seen there much of what we've seen in the United States, which is a very almost singular approach on one or two segments of the electronics industry. Mm-hmm. And so IPC has proselytized the message to policymakers in Europe that we need to take a more holistic approach to electronics manufacturing, mm-hmm. Because ultimately this is an ecosystem. And to the degree that some segments are weak, it weakens the entire ecosystem. And so if innovation, if supply chain resiliency, if technology advancements and economic security are important, mm-hmm. then we need to figure out a way to bring a much more holistic approach to fostering that kind of innovation. Our chief technologist, Matt Kelly, calls this a silicon to systems approach. Mm-hmm. And again, that's what we've been advocating before policymakers.
Right.
And I think we're making significant strides. In fact, Allison James, who leads our Brussels office, now is in regular communication with both legislative leaders, but also European Commission officials. And I think they're getting the message, okay, we need to do this better, we need to do this more thoughtfully.
Right.
And as a result, you're seeing IPC not only invited into discussions, mm-hmm. To better scope out what these initiatives should look like, but I think you're starting to see our language appear more in the kind of pronouncements and decisions and policy actions that the EU is taking. So I think I'm very encouraged, and I think what we see in Europe is something in some ways more positive than what we're seeing elsewhere, including North America, which is a real understanding that the European electronics manufacturing is in one place today, mm-hmm. and they want it to be somewhere else tomorrow, both right. in terms of an economic footprint, but also a technological footprint. And there needs to be a transition process to get there, and that has a lot of ancillary benefits to some of the other goals, including environmental. Mm-hmm. So again, I think it's a very mature discussion that is being had in Europe, and we're just very enthusiastic to be part of that discussion.
It's interesting. It's great to see that they've been open about it and you're getting a seat at the table to be able to discuss these things. So do you therefore support the EU circular economy, for things like reworkability of printed circuit boards and these types of things?
Yeah, that's a big question. Do we support this concept of circularity and what is taking place in Europe? I think broadly speaking, I mean, not it is a reality. Mm-hmm. I think also there are many things, many initiatives within that broader bucket of circularity actions that absolutely we're enthusiastic about. I think what we have been trying to do is to figure out how do we shape these initiatives in a way that help the EU achieve the goals they have set, mm-hmm. while at the same time reducing the burden upon industry. I think we go into it with a spirit of partnership, mm-hmm. An interest in the opportunities, but also an understanding that this is going to bring new challenges, new burdens, new costs to the industry, and we need to figure out, as we move in this direction, how do we do so in a way that makes sense.
Okay. So, final question, Chris. One of the big threats that's obviously hanging out there is the situation in Taiwan. We hope it's going to resolve itself, but in the event that it doesn't and that China actually goes into Taiwan, is going to cause a lot of disruption in the industry. have you had any discussions with members about contingency plans or how you're going to address this issue?
Yeah, to say that we have been having conversations about contingency plans seems to be probably a mischaracterization of the conversations, at least that we've been in. Now, we know that government officials are having these kind of conversations. I think the reality, though, is that any action like the action you just referenced would have a pretty cataclysmic effect on the industry.
Right.
And I don't believe that right now the government leaders have really wrap their arms around how to respond in a situation like that. Now, on the other hand, I think it's fair to say that more than in any other time in the last 20 or 30 years, you're seeing government have a greater appreciation for supply chain resiliency, for the need to be investing in innovation and such. And so from that standpoint, I think we are moving in the right direction. Now, moving in the right direction, it's a longer term process. And I don't think that at this point, the United States or Europe would be prepared for the kinds of supply chain disruptions that would result from that kind of an event.
Yeah. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to pass. But I think we have to be aware of it at least, and see and be prepared for what might happen. But anyway, interesting to see, to talk to you as always. You're always involved in so many different policy activities, etc., on both sides, around the world, really. So, Chris, I want to thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, wonderful talking to you always. Thank you.
Nordson Electronic Solutions. Everything you need for precision automated fluid dispensing, conformal coating, plasma surface treatment, and selective soldering. Our passion is helping customers take their processes further, faster, with best-in-class technologies, dedicated global sales and support teams, and unmatched applications expertise. From the names you respect, Asamtech Fluid Dispensing and Conformal Coating, March Plasma Treatment, and Select for selective soldering, we offer years of experience in advanced technology solutions for electronics manufacturing. Take your electronics assembly process further, faster.
Co-Young is leading a smart revolution that will change the world of electronics manufacturing. Based on our pioneering True 3D measurement-based inspection technology, we revolutionize the solder paste inspection market to such great lengths that 1 in 2 SPIs sold today is from Co-Young. Building our SPI technology, we expanded to automated optical inspection, also known as AOI. Every year, we introduce new award-winning innovations and have proudly earned the respect from thousands of customers across diverse industries. Aside from our R&D center in Korea, we have research facilities focused on artificial intelligence and deep learning across the world to help us further develop proprietary AI technologies for your challenges. With our global network of sales and service centers, we aim to respond quickly to your needs and to deliver the highest level of customer satisfaction.
Hello and welcome to the first of our panel discussions here at IPC Apex Expo. The topic today is conformal coatings, applications, and inspection. And I'm delighted to be joined by three very knowledgeable guests. To my extreme right on the end there, we have George Crom from Rapid Coatings. Welcome, George.
Thank you for having me.
Next to George, we have Mario Gattuso he was the Senior Product and Program Manager at Aculon. Welcome, Mario.
Thank you for having us, Trevor.
Okay, and to my left, we have Camille Seibert from Nordson Electronic Solutions.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks for joining us, guys. Obviously, with conformal coating on the increase with miniaturization and EVs and things like that, and other high reliability electronics, the methods for applying these coatings and inspecting them continues to improve. So we're going to talk about some of these topics today. My first question, and let's just start on the end with you, George, is do we really need to manually mask boards? And if so, what's the minimum masking that is needed? I mean, it's one of these labor-intensive things.
Well, I think it's a perfect question to start off with, because keep in mind, I come from the beginning of the surface mount technology world, where I built printed circuit boards before surface mount came into the world. Right. And in the beginning, it was like conformal coating is now. And then it became very precise. So the goal is to not mask at all, is to selectively coat. Not too many people are there yet. In fact, I don't know anybody that's really doing that unless the board is designed properly. So in the interim, we've been trying to automate the masking process by 3D printing and things like along those natures. But I think the drive is going to be to eliminate masking altogether.
Yeah, in a world of automation and digitization as we're moving into, that would make a lot of sense for sure. But I mean, how do you avoid, Mario, for example, getting splashing and that kind of thing? I mean, when you're using a material, automatically you get a little bit of splatter with it, don't you?
Well, that's a great question, Trevor. So the question is, how do you avoid splattering? And really what we do is we focus on optimizing the viscosity and the fluid characteristics and matching it with the application's equipment. Usually, if we're working with a customer directly, figuring out what equipment they have or what they're open to, and by optimizing that, you can get extremely finely either dispensed or jetted patterns. And so we're finding that we're able to almost 100% eliminate masking in almost all of our applications.
Wow, that's interesting. So basically doing the combination of getting the viscosity right and getting presumably the valve right that you're going to be using to dispense the material. That's the solution.
Right. The right piece of equipment that's actually doing the dispensing of the fluids and providing the selectivity is all a key part of what makes a successful conformal coating application, especially in a high throughput environment where you're concerned about process consistency and stability, the ability to automate your dispensing pattern and make sure that you have process controls in place to really monitor that overall process and maintain consistency. So you provide the selectivity board after board after board is pretty critical.
Right. So George, how do you restrict capillary flow?
So just to elaborate a little bit on, I agree with them that the material is a key factor in trying to selectively coat. The problem we have in the industry is most of the users are ignorant to the chemical composition of materials. Right. So they're qualifying materials that are much more difficult to use. But anyway, to answer your other question, now a lot of times we'll do some damming. We'll use a material, we'll dam around certain areas so there's no flow into those restricted areas that you want to keep. Yeah. So that's kind of a solution. Again, it adds cost to the product.
Yes.
So if I can tag on to what you just mentioned about customers choosing fluid types that may or may not be appropriate for the type of application, that is definitely an educational factor that we see where there's a responsibility in the industry to provide the knowledge and expertise, especially on the fluid manufacturer side, about what types of fluids are appropriate for the types of applications. And a lot of times it comes down to what it is that you're actually protecting for. Right. So that's one challenge, to make sure that you're choosing the appropriate parameters and fluids to actually meet what the application requires. But then also on the equipment side, our responsibility is to be able to provide solutions for the varieties of different types of applications, whether it's acrylic, hydrophobic, some of the UV cured materials, even, multi-application environments where they are putting down a dam or a masking material first.
Right. Okay. So make sure you have a good relationship with your material supplier, so that you can collaborate on the type of material that you're using and the viscosity, etc. That type of thing. Yeah. So Mario, how important is coating thickness?
Well, for what we're doing, which is essentially most of our technologies focus on waterproofing of boards, coating thickness is critical. But really, the specific thickness depends on what the application is trying to achieve. Are they looking for very incidental protection? Are they looking for very robust waterproofing where they want full immersion capability? And it comes down to matching the coating type, the application process, and matching it with the expectations of the customer. So we typically find that for less robust applications in the manner of microns is typically acceptable, and when properly applied with the right equipment, 30 to 50 microns can get very, very robust levels of protection.
Okay.
I would say for your typical conformal coating fluids, you're ranging between 75 and up to 125 microns. On a populated board, silicones have an additional room for
That's quite a
for
bit
thickness.
more than Mario's suggesting. I mean,
Yeah,
that's almost double.
One of the things that we run into is with a lot of the more traditional coatings is they'll get non-uniformity on the components and where the material actually will slump off the edges. And what we find is that it doesn't matter how well protected 90% of the board, if 10% doesn't have that level of thickness and it's exposed to something that's going to damage the board, it's going to fail. So what we found is if we get a uniform coating that's a bit thinner, we do get that level of protection.
I see you grinning on the end there,
I
George.
love being here with these young minds because that's what we need. What I will tell you is when I started this business after my first life of building printed circuit boards, which I used to talk people out of conformal coating, the consumer, the customer is ignorant to the thickness of the material. I thought people were going to ask for the thickness and control the thickness. Doesn't happen. I have over 100 customers. There's only a handful that ask for the thickness.
Well, depending on the application, it's actually quite critical. But my next point was going to be that a lot of the inspection systems that are out there at the moment only just measure for coverage. They inspect for coverage. They don't actually really inspect for thickness, do they?
I know that there are some that do. We have a sister company within Nordson who definitely offers thickness measurement capabilities. So we do see that come up, especially for a lot of the high reliability, high volume environments. They do care about their thickness. The trick is they make sure that they set up the process correctly at the beginning, and then make sure that they have a lot of checks and balances in place to maintain that process, days and days on end.
So one of the problems in the industry today is if you were to get an AOI that acts like it does for printed circuit boards, you can't find one.
Right.
Now, Nordson does have, YesTech it is, does have the leading edge, but they're not there yet. Because the problem is the process is not that repeatable yet. And I'm talking about high mix. High volume is a different world. I'm in a high mix environment, very high mix. Meaning, I'll do 25 boards, 15 boards, 100 boards. So the problem is the programming takes some time, and then the exact science of the process has to be controlled. It's difficult. It's very difficult.
Right.
So in a volume world, it's a lot easier. One product, you dial it in, and so.
Mario, you got something to contribute?
Yeah, I would mirror that comment that thickness mapping of a three-dimensional part is fairly difficult, especially if you're going to do every one. So it really comes down to a matter of finding a way to correlate the fluid behavior and the settings on the application equipment to confirm that they're behaving as they should be, while you're doing your run.
So how do you get, Camille? How do you get to speed up the setup process? For these if you are going to a more high mix environment. I mean, Is there a way? Are you working on a roadmap to try and do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So historically, a lot of conformal coating has been referred to as an art rather than a science, and a lot of what we're doing is adding more of the science to it. So obviously, there's an art with how the fluid is laid down. So part of what we're trying to do is include kind of some of the best known methods that we have for laying down fluid and things like that,
Right.
and making sure that that gets incorporated into the software, and then adding a lot of data driven calculators and features to the software to help the user actually establish a process pretty quickly that is going to get them pretty close to where they need to be for a conformal coating process.
Okay. All right, let's move on to my next question. George, what are the pros and cons of chemical vapor deposition versus spray coating?
Well, I wish I could answer that question because I have no experience directly with
CVD.
With Paralene. You're talking about like that type of, right now we're spraying, dispensing. We're doing all those methods for assembly. I have not ventured into that, which is, I believe, a lot more exact than what we're doing.
Right.
And her comments are right on, because, in the early stages of surface mount, the false failures that you saw with AOI was incredible.
Yes, true.
Now you don't hardly have any false failures, but the false failures in conformal coating, especially spraying it, because the chemical people aren't communicating with the valve people and then the assembler. And, the majority of people are doing it in their back rooms with a spray can. I'm serious.
So there you go, Mario. You want to pick that one up? You're not talking enough to the valve people.
Well, I think he brings up an excellent point. I think it is what we found is that it is critical that when you're, especially in a lot of these high volume applications, when you're customizing a fluid or you're customizing the equipment, a process, it's really a team effort. It's not the fluid supplier and the customer. It's not the equipment supplier and the customer. It's the equipment supplier, the fluid supplier, and the customer working as a team together to get this done. What we found is extremely critical. I had another point that I wanted to add on, but maybe I'll think about
come
it.
back round. Okay.
We didn't get to be my age.
Yeah. So, Camille, I mean, do you have any experience of using CVD versus spray coating or?
So I'm obviously Nordson is more on the spray coating side, but within the industry, the chemical vapor deposition process has a place. So depending on the industry that you're in and the type of reliability that you're looking for, that strict uniformity, full 100% coverage is more critical in certain applications. So
It's
some
more
of
in the
like,
semiconductor space. Yeah.
and some of the military aerospace type applications really demand more of that uniform coverage than, say, some of the rest of the industry, which is trying to balance the need of full coverage versus functional coverage and making sure that they're strategically applying the coating to components that need it, as opposed to just unilaterally covering the entire board.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I'm going to move on to our next question because I want to try and get through as many as we can in the time we've got. So back to you, George. What are the benefits of UV curing acrylics versus thermal curing of polyurethanes?
Well, if we didn't have the masking issue, UV curing would be across the board. It'd be the best way to go because it's fast.
Yeah.
The problem we experience with UV curing is simple that if you mask, if you cure before you demask, it's a nightmare.
Right. Any comments on that, Mario?
So with what we do, we actually avoid UV and thermal curing, so we don't have a lot of experience there. What we're finding is that most of the time, in order to increase throughput, if we can eliminate steps, it's desirable. And so what we found is if you can provide a solvent-based system that's VOC-free, that provides a significant benefit over having to do any sort of thermal or UV cure.
Okay. So, what about you? Any thoughts on that particular topic?
So it kind of goes back a ways to what is the fluid that you're using and how does that apply to the application that you're actually protecting for. So different environments require different types of fluid. If you're interested in more workability and things like that, then sticking with some of the acrylics is going to provide a benefit. In a lot of environments where you want to make sure that you have maybe more chemical resistance and things like that,
Right.
you know, going to something that has more of a thermoset that it actually fully cures and cross-links as opposed to able to being dissolved
Reworked.
and reworked.
Yeah.
Those are different considerations, and then picking the appropriate curing method to go with it, and the different considerations around the right curing profile and timing around that is probably more critical.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, if you need to rework it, then you need to be able to have access to it. So let's see. We'll stick with you for now, Camille. What problems do cracks and ripples to the coating cause?
Pretty significant ones.
Yeah.
So going back to the curing profile is important. You know, making sure that you're curing at the right speed. That way you prevent the introduction of cracks and orange peels, which can cause and introduce added stresses to the board. So the whole point of conformal coating is to increase the reliability of the board. But if you apply your coating too thick, or if you cure too quickly and you get the orange peel, your fluid is you know, kind of shrinking, and so then you're introducing stresses on leads and joints that you're intending to protect.
Right. Okay. So that brings in the orange peel where it delaminates at the edges, but on cracks, do cracks appear for the same reason?
Cracks also appear if you have an issue in your curing profile, and with those, you know, in addition to potential stresses that you're introducing, obviously now you're creating open areas in your conformal coating. So now the protection that you're trying to get from moisture and dust and things like that is now kind of moot.
Right. Anyone got anything to add on that topic of cracks and ripples and?
Yeah, I would add that avoiding cracks, especially, is critical for what we're looking for waterproofing.
Mm-hmm.
Any sort of cracking can act as a pathway for moisture, for water to get in and access an area. And like I was stating earlier with component edge coverage, doesn't matter if 99% of the board is coated perfectly. If you have that 1% area that's failing, then you're going to have a failed board. Ripples is the same thing. If you have a coating that's too thin, then you're going to get current leakage and you're going to get corrosion underneath that coating, regardless of whether there's a pathway or not.
Really? Okay.
The other big variable is the cleanliness of the board. So we can experience in the process, a customer will send us some product and they've handled the board. So just the oils on
fingerprints and that type of thing.
Amazing, you know. And also to Camille's point, the outgassing becomes critical. So depending on the chemical, you know, it's not an easy process. You know, I always thought surface mount was hard, but then but there's a lot of variables. I mean, the ambient becomes a huge, you know, the humidity. So there's all these variables that you're dealing with, and so many different chemicals.
Right.
That's the other thing you're dealing with. So it's a very difficult process.
Yeah. I mean, some people, you mentioned cleaning there, George. I mean, some people are using aqueous cleaning for boards. Some are actually doing a plasma treatment to try and get a better surface tension. You know, for coating, for boards that are going to be coated, is plasma treatment a good idea?
See, as a contract manufacturer,
right,
plasma could destroy some components. I have assemblies going through the facility that are worth $16,000.
Right.
So, you know, just one assembly. So we have to handle those with kid gloves. And the plasma is the way to do it, but you have to get the approval from the customer as a contract manufacturer. Again, being an OEM, you can put all these things in place and you could get that repeatability. You could get that processing control. But, you know, that's why the industry hasn't really adopted the contract manufacturing philosophy. You know, I don't have a lot of competitors. And because, like I said, most people are doing it, most people are trying to avoid it, is what they're trying to do.
Right.
But it's catching on. That's the other thing. now people are, it's like insurance,
Right.
you know. So
Yeah, so the introduction of plasma treatment before conformal coating definitely has benefits as far as improving adhesion, and that is more of a surface treatment as opposed to a cleaning per se.
Right.
So it's still important and critical to make sure that your boards are clean, so you don't have de-wetting issues from residue that gets left behind and things like that. And the plasma treatment helps to um, adhere the conformal coating fluid to the board. You also have the consequence then where your fluid is going to wet out more. So there's a consideration from a process perspective in that aspect. But in general, to George's point, for the applications that don't need it, there hasn't been much of an adoption of it because it's an added process step.
Of course, yeah, and cost, of
and
course.
bubbles too. I mean, I don't know, you know, I'm still trying to figure out where sometimes the bubbles come. You know, it's usually it gets some air in the feed of the equipment. So you have to control that as well. So the industry itself is trying to figure this out. And for an OEM, for a volume guy, it's a lot simpler. For like I mentioned before, there's so much variety of product out there, and every printed circuit board is different.
Right. Yeah. Now the bubbles sound like it's probably a valve issue. You know, they're pushing out too hard or something.
Bubbles come from a number of different places.
Okay, I think we're on. Yeah.
Okay. Bubbles come from a number of different places. So they can get introduced from the valve actuation. They can also get introduced from the fluid itself, either refilling a reservoir, or some fluids like silicones actually incorporate air into the fluid. So then when they come out and they're dispensed, then they can release those air bubbles, and you'll see that. But then even just the interaction between the fluid and the board, I mean, the whole point of conformal coating is that you're dispensing overpopulated components which have air trapped underneath them. So as soon as you have a fluid layer that goes on top, you start displacing that air underneath, and voila, then you
So
have bubbles.
is thermal processing then a preferred route to be able to outgas these bubbles? Is that for curing?
A lot of times it's not possible. For example, we had a particular situation, and it was silicon, I believe, that we had to put a pressurized tank. So, there was weight on a sealed bag inside a container, because before that it was grabbing air, we don't know where. And then the other thing is the speed of the machine. The faster you want to go, the more potential to pick up some air.
Right.
So, so.
All right, so we're starting to run out of time, but I'm going to come to my last question. I'll start with you, Mario. Are two-part coating materials more reliable, and if so, why?
Well, we don't actually have any experience with two-part coating, so everything that we do is one part.
Is one part, okay.
So what we're trying to achieve with our customers, we've all found that one part is perfectly reliable as long as we're optimizing the correct coating for the application. So at this time, we're not seeing a need to move towards two-part coatings. For us, it looks like an added unnecessary step to have to mix.
Using any two parts, George?
We do have two parts, and if you were to ask me about reliability, I don't have a clue. Every customer thinks their particular chemical they're using is the best reliability.
Right.
Now, if you want, you probably should ask Elon, because I think whatever he's using is probably the most reliable. But two-part is not, it's a very small percentage of what we see.
Right. Okay. Well, I know that you work in two-part materials, Camille, so what's your take on it?
So two parts definitely have a place. There's the added benefit that you get a definite cure that comes at the end, whereas some of the UVs, you have shadowing, so you might not necessarily get that full cure under components that are blocked, even though there is a secondary moisture cure on those types of fluids as well. So verifying that you have a complete cure is a challenge for conformal coating applications, and so the two component does provide kind of that reassurance, but in a manufacturing environment, that mix that's required for the two component, maintaining that mix, in a lot of cases is more than what a lot of the industry is looking to deal with. So we still see a significant majority of the industry doing single components.
Single components, yeah. Okay, great. Well, I want to thank you all guys for imparting your wisdom today. It's been a good debate. We covered a number of topics. So for now, I want to thank you for coming in. George Grom there on the end.
Thank you.
Yep. Mario Guzzo from Aculon.
Thank you.
And of course, Camille Siebert from Nordson Electronic Materials.
Thank you, Trevor.
Okay. Thank you for joining us, and thank you to our audience. Coming up after the break, we'll be moving on to our next panel discussion today. And that will be, let me tell you quickly, line optimization and interconnection using inspection software suites. So that'll be coming up later this morning. Thank you.
Global SMT and Packaging opens the windows of the world to bring you the latest news and technologies from Munich, from Bangalore, from Shanghai, from San Diego. Nordson Electronic Solutions. Everything you need for precision automated fluid dispensing, conformal coating, plasma surface treatment, and selective soldering. Our passion is helping customers take their processes further, faster, with best-in-class technologies, dedicated global sales and support teams, and unmatched applications expertise. From the names you respect, Asamtech Fluid Dispensing and Conformal Coating, March Plasma Treatment, and Select for selective soldering, we offer years of experience in advanced technology solutions for electronics manufacturing. Take your electronics assembly process further, faster.
Electronics are part of our world, expanding by application to open up new opportunities for automotive, healthcare, and many other industries. But today's manufacturing techniques are not sustainable. They are energy hungry and inefficient, expensive, and have limited flexibility. The world is asking us to do better. Introducing Pulse Forge tools, a new approach to thermal processes like soldering and curing. Design with more flexibility, manufacture with fewer process steps, reduce energy use, and decarbonize the supply chain. Expand your creativity to new levels. Designers are asking for more. They need to reduce form factors, reduce weight to work on wearables and stretchables, opening new market opportunities for consumers across the world, asking us to do better. If you think sustainability and freedom of design are not possible in electronics manufacturing, think again. Think Pulse Forge.
Co-Young is leading a smart revolution that will change the world of electronics manufacturing. Based on our pioneering True 3D measurement-based inspection technology, we revolutionized the solder paste inspection market to such great lengths that 1 in 2 SPIs sold today is from Co-Young. Building our SPI technology, we expanded to automated optical inspection, also known as AOI. Every year, we introduce new award-winning innovations and have proudly earned the respect from thousands of customers across diverse industries. Aside from our R&D center in Korea, we have research facilities focused on artificial intelligence and deep learning across the world to help us further develop proprietary AI technologies for your challenges. With our global network of sales and service centers, we aim to respond quickly to your needs and to deliver the highest level of customer satisfaction.
From micro dispensing, there is one product line that is proven and trusted by manufacturers in semiconductor packaging, electronics assembly, medical device, and electromechanical assembly the world over. DL Technology, superior pumps and needles for the finer things in life.
welcome to the second of our debates here at IPC Apex Expo. Line optimization and interconnection using inspection software suites. As always, we have a very eminent panel to discuss these topics. To my extreme left, we have Brian D'Amico, president of Mirtec Americas. Next to him, we have Ivan Aduna from Co-Young. And to my left here, we have Subodh Kulkarni from Cyber Optics. So welcome, gentlemen. Nice to see you, and thank you for joining us today.
Good to see you.
Pleasure as always. Nice to see you
There
as
you
well.
go. So there's a growing variety of software suites out there that are integrating along the CFX backbone. And we want to talk a little bit about these and how to optimize the process, traceability, and yield. So my first question I'll give to Brian, which is what features should manufacturers expect from these software suites?
Okay, well, ultimately, of course, CFX is a standard for a protocol for communication throughout the line.
Mhm.
There's actually several standard communication, types of protocols to communicate throughout the line, but the whole goal is to take all of the machines and kind of make them communicate together, but to collect data from that line. The goal with any of these, and we all have these, right? The goal with any of these AI type systems is to collect deep learning data, to collect as much data as possible, and then to take that data and use that in order to create process parameters that make the line both as efficient as possible, maximizing quality, maximizing profitability, and making life better for the customer.
Right.
One of the key things that there's an issue with is finding the right people to run a product line, right? So if you have a really good process engineer and you lose that process engineer, it's like losing your best chef. When you lose your best chef, your restaurant may not do well. The whole goal with these products that we sell is to really make it so that we can have anyone run that line, or virtually anyone run that line, as good as the best process engineer that you could find. Because there's a lot of turnover in this industry, you know that, right? So what we need to be able to do is collect the data, take that data, process it, and make parameters, like for the screen printer, for the pick and place machine, for the oven, make those parameters or suggest those parameters that make the line as efficient as possible. That's what we all kind of do.
Right. I mean, with modern GUI software, though, I mean, presumably you try and make it as simple as possible, but you can lock it down at different levels if they need to go deeper to be able to really get into programming it. You got any comments on that, Ivan?
Yeah, absolutely. So for example, right, as Brian was mentioning, the purpose is collecting as much data as possible, and that with the purpose of monitoring, control, optimization. But with the deep learning or going deep into the harvesting this information, which for inspection systems, for inspection companies, going all the way down to the measurement information, and that combined with other equipment down the line, now you can think about what else, what can you use this data for, what purposes, such as closed loop modules, AI engines that can be processed and get optimization tools that will literally save tons and tons of times of troubleshooting, debugging, process engineers that won't have to be in there to resolve all the issues in the background.
Right. Subodh, I mean, Cisco's mantra is what data should you collect? You should collect everything because you don't know what you're going to need in 5 years' time. So, I mean, would you agree with that? I mean, because that you end up with silos full of huge amounts of data that you.
Yeah, I mean, by definition, data is always good, but there is a difference between just numbers versus information, and that's the key here. You cannot
keep going.
You cannot just keep collecting data, and you'll be full of petabytes in no time. So the way we at least look at it is you have to structure the data at various levels. You have like a sensor level data, then you have like a system level data, then you have line level data, then you have a factory level data, and then sometimes corporations are global enough that they want a global level data.
Right.
And analysis changes depending on what level data you are looking at. And with the advent of advanced GPUs, that's really where the information has to be processed correctly.
Right.
So ultimately, exactly as my other two peers said, ultimately you want to make life easy for the customer, improve their yield, improve their productivity. That goes without saying. But how do you process the data? How do you integrate it? How do you make it seamless? That's where the key comes in.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's an ongoing challenge, I'm sure, for all of you. Brian, what will inspection software? I mean, when you go to do an installation, do you try to work with other third-party machines? I mean, if a customer's already got an inspection machine, which is not a Murtec machine, for example, are you able to integrate with that and extract some data to use in your system, or is it proprietary?
Well, and the whole thing is, of course, because there's competitive systems out there. So there'll be competitive SPI, competitive AOI. But ultimately, I think that we're all kind of along the same path here where we all want to help the customer with Industry 4.0. There are definite benefits to Industry 4.0 in that they're going to be able to, once again, make their process better, right? Make boards as with zero defects on them, or as close to zero defects as possible, right? But in order to do that, we really need to be able to communicate with all the machines. And for that, we need to be able to communicate with the other vendors. So to some extent, there are certain parameters that, of course, aren't going to be available to us, right? We'll try to get as much data as possible. One of the things that we have chosen to do, though, is we use third-party vendors like Cogiscan, which is kind of like, neutral. It's kind of like Switzerland, right? So you got Switzerland. You can collect the data and you can bring it into the Cogiscan. That's one way of ensuring that we can get that data and help customers out. There's not too many projects that we have, directly with other inspection companies, but once again, there are those different middleware type companies that allow us to kind of make that process easier and more seamless across the line. We're always going to have challenges, right? There's going to be legacy products out there that we need middleware for. Anyways, that may not be CFX compatible, but there's ways around that. There's ways that we can, and I believe that we're going to have more of an alignment throughout the industry, just because customers are going to want that. They're going to dictate that. They're going to say, I want to buy your SPI machine, your AOI machine. Now get along in the play box, right? In the sandbox together. Yeah. And so we will make that happen.
Yeah. I mean, Ivan, I think Brian's entirely correct in saying that, it's never going to work. Nothing's going to work as well as it will with your own software. You'll get the optimum results working with all Murtec machines, are all Young machines, are all Cyber Optics machines. But I mean, the pick and place industry went through this right back at the beginning. They tried to go proprietary and say, well, you have to use our system. And then they very quickly realized that it was cutting off a lot of the market, because they would go into a factory and they say, well, the EMS guy would say, well, I'm not going to scrap half my equipment just to be able to buy your system. So you really have to learn to play together in the same sandbox. Would you agree?
Yes, definitely. And that's, I think, what has changed recently with the connectivity, that in the past, everyone had their own solution, right? You must use that solution and only that solution, and there's no way to communicate to any other vendor, whether it's competition or just simply another supplier. You cannot do that. But again, that's, I think, has changed. For example, now we have companies such as Arch Systems that they're fully dedicated to harvest and collect information, not only for Koyo machines, but we're talking about entire lines, pick and place, printers, competition, and now not only at a factory or land level, but at a global scale. Because we have these big companies that they not only have 1-2 machines, 1-2 lines, they have 1,000 machines all over the world with more than 50 factories.
Right.
So this level of collection of data and managing that data in a way that can be oriented to business analytics. Now we're not just talking about operation, but asset management, which is, I think, the next level of really introducing the capability of connecting machines, having all your assets, all your systems connected in an environment that is basically seamless for an entire ecosystem.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, Sabota, I've always said that I look at inspection machines as being the eyes and ears on the line. I mean, they literally are the communicating devices that manufacturers use. And as Ivan rightly says, it's not just going to be inspecting boards, it's going to be asset management and other applications.
I mean, by definition, inspection machines are generating the most amount of data because we are inspecting everything. And so a lot of value is there in that information. How you use that is up to the customer. But certainly, companies like Microsoft have done a very good job in this case of enabling the interfaces and all the standardizations that have happened. And most of us are forced to play in the same sandbox, as you mentioned. And it's good. I mean, in the end, that is helping customers to enable all the machines to talk to each other to process the information correctly. So this is the right direction we are all headed.
Yeah, I think it's healthy for everybody, quite frankly. But there you go.
Agreed.
So, Brian, obviously, if we are going to look at a more open interface, then how secure is it?
Yeah, security is always an issue, right? Security is as good as it is in your company, or if you're keeping data up on the cloud, there is going to be some security concerns. One thing you don't want is if you have a lot of defects happening, you don't want your competition to see that, right? There are things that need to be secure, but I don't think any of us are truly experts on when it comes to security. But there are definite challenges there, and as more and more data becomes available, like anything else, right? We're in a world where data is now available to almost everyone. Quite frankly, data is out there that you may not want to be out there.
Right.
So there has to be, depending upon especially what the customer is doing, if they're doing military work or what have you, there has to be certain levels of security that allow them to keep that data from getting out. Once again, it's mainly dependent on the customer. It's dependent on those different emerging technologies that are going to keep that data secure. But there are concerns. There's definite concerns out there for that.
Well, there are some standards coming through down the pipe from IPC. You've also got the recent, is it the CMCC standards for military that were released here in the United States. So, there are some systems coming in place to protect data.
There's some improvement in there, and that's what we're gonna see, I think, in the next upcoming years, because this is the common question that every single company is asking us, at least for the past few years, because they're concerned, there are breaches, this is happening, they're having issues, big concerning issues with security, whether it's production information, product information that is being compromised. And of course, that really complicates the entire environment with their customers. And as us, as their suppliers, we need to commit to create a secure environment, and that can be done in a different manner. So of course, we were talking about CFX is this new standard, and they're promoting it as a very secure, because it is, right? CFX is a with the background of banking in the banking industry. If you ever done banking online, we know that is secure, right? We don't want that transfer to be lost in the middle of something, and that's the same principles apply to CFX in the inspection systems or production environment. So I think we're seeing some improvement. We're seeing some understanding of people in the industry of how we need to react, and we need to improve on the security, because in the past, we're seeing these USB sticks all around and all these connectivities, but that needs to be changed.
Yeah. No, I agree. So, Bo, I mean, can we expect AI to play a bigger role in all of this in the future?
It already is. I mean, AI continues to improve. If you look at just a few years ago, how AI was being deployed, it was really primitive. Whereas now with the
Well, it was really
computational
machine
power
learning,
available,
wasn't it, rather than AI?
it was really calling it an AI was an insult to AI.
Yeah.
But now with the kind of NVIDIA GPUs that are available and the deep learning algorithms that are coming along, AI is coming truly to the point where you can say it is approaching natural intelligence to some extent.
Right.
And certainly our machines, and I'm sure our competitors too, we are doing a lot more with AI than what we ever did before. Things that are literally not even visible to the human eye are being accessed through algorithms now. And when you look at the information being processed and coming out, and then you take a second look, and you are pleasantly surprised to see that you actually missed that defect and AI machine caught it. So it's very similar to what's going on in other fields like digital radiography and all.
Right.
AI has truly come to a fore right now.
Yeah. It's an interesting area. I mean, Brian, I mean, AI is starting to contribute a lot, but the bigger the manufacturer you are, the more data you're collecting. So presumably, the better you're going to be able to refine your process. So yes. Is it going to be a bigger bonus for the big tier 1 guys as it's going to be for a little tier 3?
Well, it really depends. Of course, the more it is a matter of, and I kind of like to agree with these gentlemen as well. It is a matter of data. You want good quality data, right? But all right, when we talk about AI, I always say we're not really talking about like Skynet here, We're talking about basically collecting data and using deep learning algorithms and using those algorithms to determine patterns and stuff that it's really difficult for a human being to decipher, really, right? That's what AI is all about. The more data you have is the better, but AI is also suitable for smaller manufacturers as well, because once again, you're learning from the process that you're doing, right? If you're doing much larger scale production, yeah, you're going to learn more. It's going to help that process, but a smaller manufacturer will still benefit from that. Ultimately, the whole goal is to collect that data, once again, to develop process parameters that make your life easier. And that's what AI is doing. And AI has made a lot of advancements over the last few years. I still think there's more to go, absolutely more to go. But I think we're all kind of pleasantly surprised at what AI is capable of doing right now.
Right.
And we know it's going to be that way in the future. It's just going to make sense.
Yeah. Okay. So, Ivan, where do you think the roadblocks are in the industry at the moment with regards to inspection?
There will be, of course, a couple of things. In regards to inspection, and specifically the inspection capabilities, we're running into a point that is extremely difficult to reach certain areas. Of course, size, that will be a limitation, right? Of course, we are optical inspection systems, and they're going to be limited in size. That's one thing, right? We cannot go beyond certain point. Of course, we have, now we're talking about data, how we can manage that huge amount of data, how you can still get into the point that it is real time, that, that information will not be displayed tomorrow, that, you need today, right now, in order to understand or fix anything that is happening. And of course, we're talking then everything in regards to inspection. Now we're limited to the where we can see through the board, right? We cannot see through things, right? We're not X-ray, so we're optical, and that always going to be a limitation, right? That will play a big role as an inspection company.
Right. It's interesting. I mean, of the three companies we've got on the panel today, none of you have got X-ray.
No.
Right. I know. I understand that. But it's true. If you're going to be able to see all the way through the inspection process, you want to see the AOI, the SBI, and possibly even the X-ray information. Anybody want to add why you don't have X-ray? Or do you think it's just something that other people have got that expertise and it's better staying that way rather than trying to be all things to all men?
With Bertec, it's basically core competency. We had X-ray years ago. We did have it in the past. Unless you're making your own tubes, really, to make it profitable and be able to make advancements, you're not going to really. Unfortunately, X-ray does become somewhat of a commodity at some point, as many things do. But it just didn't quite work out with us. So we decided to stick with our core competency, and that is 3D inspection, right? That is 2D and 3D inspection. And that's where we put all our money into as far as investment goes. But of course, X-ray does definitely have, it does add a level of quality. I mean, none of us can see under a BGA. I mean, it's something
I mean, with miniaturization and BGAs, as you say, I mean, they're a must-have now, in any inspection process. But there we go. Anything to add on the topic of roadblocks, technology roadblocks?
Certainly, a couple of things we are seeing, because we are playing more and more in the advanced packaging hybrid area, which is like the merge between SMT and semiconductor industry. Certainly, miniaturization of components is there for everyone. But importantly, because so many things are getting integrated at the silicon wafer level, we are seeing more and more shinier components, like in mini LED, micro LED, or even like direct glass kind of substrates.
Right.
So the challenges are reflective surfaces, smaller components, sometimes like things that are to be looked at and from a side angle camera, try to make the most from the optical information you can get. I mean, X-rays have a role to play, but X-rays obviously are slow by definition. So they want the speed of optics, but they want the ability to look as closely as possible. Yeah. So the challenges continue.
Right. But I think you've all pretty much come out with some solution one way or another to try and combat that. Is that correct? I mean, how do you deal with shiny devices?
Okay, so we are seeing, of course, we're seeing more wafer level devices. That's just the way the industry's going. It actually presented itself in Asia first, took a while to get to us, but we're seeing that more and more. So when you've got these very shiny die surfaces, they're like mirrors, ultimately. So we've done a couple of different things. One is that we introduced blue LED, well, actually blue DLP technology, and that does deal with reflectivity very well. And that's something that actually we had to do. We also have some high-end laser systems as well for dealing with that with our SIP inspection machine. We not only have the blue DLP moire, 25 meg camera, 6 micron lens, but we also have ultra high resolution lasers that deal with shiny surfaces. The problem is the more that you put onto a board, right, especially if you're talking about SIP, system and package, the more that you're congesting the board with, the more wafer level stuff you're talking about, smaller 03, 015s, there's very small devices. You really require the proper technology to inspect that. So you kind of need like, a Swiss Army knife for an inspection machine.
Right.
And it's just getting more and more complicated. So our job is, of course, to address those up-and-coming technologies that are actually migrating it here to production environment in the States and in Europe. But I think it's mainly being driven from Asia.
Okay. Anyone got anything to add on the shiny devices?
What we have actually done is we have taken advantage of the fact that we know it's a shiny device. So we take the a priori information and design some of the projectors and cameras to take advantage of that. So once you know it's a mirror-like device, you can align your projector and camera so the light comes directly at the camera. So our latest sensor that we have showcased in this show takes advantage of that. So it's not only a smaller resolution.
So it does it automatically then? Because,
yeah, so we are taking advantage of the specular surface. So we are aligning, essentially you are designing the projector and the camera at a specular axis. So you
the
take full
projector
advantage.
detects that it's too shiny and automatically adjusts to compensate.
Basically.
Right. Okay.
So that's one way to take advantage of the fact that it is a shiny surface. You may as
Right.
well collect all the information you can get from the shiny surface.
Okay. One of the other big problem areas in the industry is hidden pillow, or hard ones to detect, should I say. So, Ivan, what do you suggest is the best strategy for detecting hidden pillow defects?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very complicated, and again, this comes to optical inspection system that allowing to see those solder boards or know that whether the component is actually soldered to the board is extremely complicated. Of course, we rely on certain technologies, algorithms, especially basically relying on previous conditions that now can take us through an AI engine that can detect or can estimate whether there's a hidden pillow defect underneath or not, right? And that comes with complementary mainly issues, right? If you can detect whether there's a solder board or something that might be instructing the actual solder of the component, that might give you an idea. But of course, we were talking about that. Without an X-ray, you cannot in a way guarantee that will happen. But of course, give you a very accurate estimate, and that all relies on software, right? That's, I think, our main focus, that we're really exploding or technology and basically leverage on software to do all the variety of tools that we need, right? All of our tool set.
Right. Okay.
One thing head-on pillow defects can use is a side-angle camera. So if you happen to have side-angle camera, there is a chance you may be able to catch that defect. If you just have a vertical camera, that does create a bigger problem. Then you are left with X-ray as the only option. So side-angle cameras
So you need
do
side
come
cameras to be able to
see something underneath the joint.
Right. Okay. And just my final question really goes to the subject of board warpage. It used to be a much bigger problem than it is now, but is it still prevalent in the industry?
Yeah, board warpage is definitely prevalent in the industry, and each one of us probably have our own specs for maximum board warpage, and it is a challenge dealing with that. But we are able to calibrate the machines so that we can kind of eliminate that as much as possible now. But having said that, if you've got a very thin board and you've got a big belly to it, of course it's going to be a challenge. Because you're talking depth of focus for some of these cameras, that's kind of narrow. Right. So when the board warps beyond that, really, you're dealing with a problem focusing on the device, either up or down. There's a couple of different ways of dealing with that, from clamping, board clamping, which helps to eliminate some of the warpage, but beyond the specifications of our systems, like the maximum amount of warpage that we can handle, definitely would be an issue.
Right. I mean, has the 5G boards that are coming in, they're bigger heavier boards. Are they an issue with warpage? Does that present itself?
Certainly, warpage continues to be an issue, but between clamping, vacuuming, most of us handle the boards pretty well. In our sensors, at least, we calibrate it so the sensor can, and we have a very good height range of 24 millimeter, so we can go across the board, keep calibrating it to the distances, so we can take care of warpage. But of course, it comes at an expense of computational speed. You do sacrifice some speed if you continue to calibrate it. So the best option is to keep the board as rigid as possible.
Right.
But if you can't, we can handle it.
Okay. Well, good. You got anything to add to that?
I
Ivan?
think I completely agree. I mean, in reality, we know that it's still there, but all these functionalities that we have, and we have special functions for all of our machines for warpage, right? But I think the main thing is focusing on cycle time. But it's basically saying the question, right? Asking our customers the question: are you willing to sacrifice quality over time, right?
Right.
So over efficiency, which basically most of the time they say no, right? They don't want to have escapes, and that comes with the fact of managing the warpage in a way that sensors, as mentioned, can be adjusted in a way that it can compensate with the warpage, which yes, big boards represent, but also we've seen a lot with small boards, semiconductors, right? They have very thin boards, right? And in that way, we need to also manage and compensate that warpage of the board.
Yeah. Great. Okay, well, gentlemen, I think we've had a great debate today on a number of topics involving inspection. So I want to thank you all for coming in and joining us. Brian D'Amico from Murtec, Ivan Aduno from Ko-Young, and of course Subodh Kulkarni from Cyber Optics. So thank you, gentlemen, and thank you to our audience for watching live today. Coming up next is going to be the Keith Bryant Show, so things will get a bit lighter, I think. So we look forward to that. But for now, thank you for watching.
Ko-Young is leading a smart revolution that will change the world of electronics manufacturing. Based on our pioneering True 3D measurement-based inspection technology, we revolutionized the solder paste inspection market to such great lengths that 1 in 2 SPIs sold today is from Ko-Young. Building our SPI technology, we expanded to automated optical inspection, also known as AOI. Every year, we introduce new award-winning innovations and have proudly earned the respect from thousands of customers across diverse industries. Aside from our R&D center in Korea, we have research facilities focused on artificial intelligence and deep learning across the world to help us further develop proprietary AI technologies for your challenges. With our global network of sales and service centers, we aim to respond quickly to your needs and to deliver the highest level of customer satisfaction.
For micro dispensing, there is one product line that is proven and trusted by manufacturers in semiconductor packaging, electronics assembly, medical device, and electromechanical assembly the world over. DL Technology, superior pumps and needles for the finer things in life. At Kaizen, we know it's the science that makes the difference. The right solutions happen when you care enough to ask the right questions. And we understand that your performance is directly related to ours. Science knows why it works, care knows why it's important.
Electronics are part of our world, expanding by application to open up new opportunities for automotive, healthcare, and many other industries. But today's manufacturing techniques are not sustainable. They are energy hungry and inefficient, expensive, and have limited flexibility. The world is asking us to do better. Introducing Pulse Forge tools, a new approach to thermal processes like soldering and curing. Design with more flexibility, manufacture with fewer process steps, reduce energy use, and decarbonize the supply chain. Expand your creativity to new levels. Designers are asking for more. They need to reduce form factors, reduce weight to work on wearables and stretchables, opening new market opportunities for consumers across the world, asking us to do better. If you think sustainability and freedom of design are not possible in electronics manufacturing, think again. Think Pulse Forge.
Nordson Electronic Solutions. Everything you need for precision automated fluid dispensing, conformal coating, plasma surface treatment, and selective soldering. Our passion is helping customers take their processes further, faster, with best-in-class technologies, dedicated global sales and support teams, and unmatched applications expertise. From the names you respect, Asamtech Fluid Dispensing and Conformal Coating, March Plasma Treatment, and Select for selective soldering, we offer years of experience in advanced technology solutions for electronics manufacturing. Take your electronics assembly process further, faster. Global SMT and Packaging opens the windows of the world to bring you the latest news and technologies from Munich, from Bangalore, from Shanghai, from San Diego.
Hi, it's Keith Bryant, and welcome to the first Keith Bryant show of Apex 2022. And I'm here with Peter and Francoise, who are from two different companies, but really it's one company. So I'm going to leave it to them to explain the details. So over to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Keith, for the introduction. Maybe let's explain this one more time, why we are one company. So the iTech group was enlarged last year with Kochiscan. So iTech has now iTech itself, of course, Dualis and Kochiscan, and we one group. And we have now one common product offering with Productronica. We showed now our complete offering that is all in one software. So all of our solutions that all the three companies are offering now are available in one solution for the customer, and the customer will not see any difference, right? And I think Francois is here as well, and he's now 1 year with us, and maybe we can explain how it feels to be part of the iTech group.
Of course, thank you, Peter. Well, the funny thing is, a small industry, as you know, Keith, and Peter and I actually used to work together back in the days at Universal Instruments, well before we joined iTech and Kajiscan, respectively. But in the end, our company started working together actually 10 years ago because of the complementarity of our offering. Right, Kajiscan is really focused on shop floor control solution, machine connectivity, and this layer of software, if you like. Whereas iTech is the high-level MES. So their basically approach has been from the top down and us from the bottom up. And of course, the complementary solutions were always there. So, maybe 2 years ago, we started having the discussion about joining forces to be part of the same group and now offering the combined solution. Because of the trends in the market for digitalization, companies are looking at the big picture now. They don't want to buy just point solutions and solve one problem at a time. They want to be able to go to one group that can offer the complete journey to the smart factory, and that's basically what we can offer now.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, because a lot of guys working with IPC CFX are connecting equipment together, but it needs that overall umbrella of the control system where you can monitor the trends and check all the other things. And as you say, the big picture stuff of Industry 4.0, and it's really one. You guys are saying it's a complementary solution, but I hate to argue with my guests, but for me, it's one solution, because one bit doesn't work without the other bit, and you need to put those two bits together to give a factory the control that it needs these days to be effective and efficient and reduce the waste and the inefficiencies and all the other things. So it's like a perfect marriage between you two guys.
Yeah, and I think what you need to consider now is we offer now not only an MES, we offer a MOM solution. That means we can supply all the software that is needed in a factory. So we are talking about planning, we're talking about MES features, of course, but also we're talking about analytics, and that gets even equally important these days, because for the last couple of years, we did MES reports, data, showed the data, right? And you could see what's happening right now, right? Now what we want to do in the future, we want to predict what will happen in the future, and with that prevent things from happening. So we're going from the prediction to the prevention, right? And I think that's a big step forward. And to do so, you have to have a solution that covers everything. Otherwise, it gets very difficult to exchange data, to analyze the data, and get really some benefits for the customer.
Yeah. So are you also doing preventative maintenance and predictive mean times of failures and all of these kind of things?
Yes. So we have incorporated inside of our software also a solution where you can add AI to the system. So you can write your own algorithms. We as iTech develop also standard algorithms that you can use. And then we can optimize the manufacturing processes. We can optimize machines. We can do prevention for maintenance and so on. That's actually our goal, right? And of course, with the mother company Dürr, they do it for their robots too. And as you can imagine, we have a digital factory within Dürr, and we utilize also algorithms they did for their robots inside our software as well.
Yeah, what I'd like to add to that is you mentioned this one solution, but the one solution is not only software, it goes back to the equipment itself. So Kajiscan has been for many years working directly with the machine vendors, most of the leading vendors in the industry like ASM, Universal, Micronic, Juki, and so on. And we actually work together to provide software technology that they can integrate with their own machines and sell to their customers, right? So at the end of the day, all of this can seamlessly connect and share data. So You mentioned CFX. We developed CFX interfaces for several of the machine vendors at the show, so they don't have to do this themselves, because they're mostly machine engineering companies, and they're not really software or integration experts, which we are. So that's our role in this whole ecosystem, is to work with the machine vendors, work with the MES high-level system, and get all this to talk to each other, to work seamlessly as one system.
Yeah. So effectively, you're binding everything together from the shop floor right the way through to the almost to the CEO's office, where he can take an overview and look at exactly what's happening, and maybe he can even compare his factory to other factories owned by the same group.
And he can see what will happen maybe in the next hour or the next 4 hours, right? And then see, oh, I maybe need to take an action now that I don't have a problem in 4 hours. So you can prevent things from happening. I think that's the overall strategy. And one very important element is, number one, connectivity to machines. Number two, get all the data. And that's where the expertise from Kociscan comes in very nicely for us, because they know all the machines, they know which data are available, and then they can get it all to us for the analytics, right? And that's, I think, a very important step for us.
What we're seeing also from some of the leading electronics manufacturing companies, the OEMs especially, a lot of times they manufacture a little bit internally, but they outsource most of that, to the Flex and Jabil of this world. And somehow they want to have visibility on their supply chain as well, right? So they want to be able to see where their product is at and how is it built according to specifications. They want full records. They want actually to control even factories that don't belong to them, right? So this whole picture of the digitalization is really across the whole industry, and it takes bigger companies to be able to achieve those kinds of visions. That's why the joining of the forces again. Yeah.
But when you look at it right now, right, every company, or bigger companies at least, have a digital strategy for the next 5 years, right? And also there, we try to provide here the right things, because IoT technology will be the base in the future, right? So I always say to my people, right, the half of the world is developing right now software for IoT technology, right? And we have now changed our software as well, so that we are using this technology, and with that we get access to all these features and all the things that are available to us. So we can run on an IoT platform. We have Dockerized our software, right? And with that we can do all kinds of nice things from the performance point of view, and also the ability that we can handle this amount of data, because the data getting more and more. So we're not talking about a few values. We're talking about lots of data, terabytes of data that we need to analyze. And to do so, you have to have the right technology as well. Otherwise, it will not work.
And you find that the technology that's out there is keeping up with everything that you need it to do?
Yeah, I think so, right? And it opens up also complete new possibilities, right? And I think that's the major point, right? On an IoT platform, you have a lot of tools that you can use to do analytics of lots of data and huge data amounts. On the other hand, you need also edge devices, because it can get quite expensive when you upload everything in the cloud, right? So there is this combination between the two that makes a strong solution.
What we're seeing also that's important for our customers is that they don't just build circuit boards, right? So you mentioned CFX, which is a standard for SMT industry, but actually people that build circuit boards, these circuit boards go into a finished product, whether it's a car, whether it's a smartphone or something else, or an airplane. So when they look at the digitalization, they look at it from the design to the manufacturing of the circuit boards all the way to the finished product. And again, Conciscan itself can only help in the electronics part of the assembly, but companies like ITAC, can go all the way to the final box build, which is the key to have, again, a complete solution. So that's also very important, to have this combined products that can seamlessly integrate, but they can also, each one is an expert in its own field at the same time.
When you look at it, we are right now very strong in the electrical vehicle business, I would say. So the supply chain of it, right? The motor generator assembly, and there, of course, you have electronics too, right? So you start with the boards, and then you do the mechanics, and we can cover all of that. And I think that's, for us, a very strong position to be in. So we can do the electronics, but as well we can do the assembly, the final assembly as well.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you for a very enlightening chat this morning. Thank you for coming in to join me. And I hope the rest of the show works out very well for you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for having us, Keith.
Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
Ko Young is leading a smart revolution that will change the world of electronics manufacturing. Based on our pioneering True 3D measurement-based inspection technology, we revolutionized the solder paste inspection market to such great lengths that 1 in 2 SPIs sold today is from Co-Young. Building our SPI technology, we expanded to automated optical inspection, also known as AOI. Every year, we introduce new award-winning innovations and have proudly earned the respect from thousands of customers across diverse industries. Aside from our R&D center in Korea, we have research facilities focused on artificial intelligence and deep learning across the world to help us further develop proprietary AI technologies for your challenges. With our global network of sales and service centers, we aim to respond quickly to your needs and to deliver the highest level of customer satisfaction.
Hi, welcome back. And I'm here with Justin from Austin American Technology. And we're going to be talking, at least to begin with, the new stencil cleaner. So welcome. And I guess the first easy question is, tell me about it.
Well, I want to thank you for the opportunity to sit down and talk to you guys a little bit. But the X30 stencil cleaner has been a staple for Austin American Technology since 1988. You know, a lot of people don't realize how long Austin American's been around and how long that stencil cleaner's been around.
Wow, that's a lot of history.
Especially since I was born in 1987, so
Yeah.
it's actually a year younger than I am. But you know, we're very proud of the stencil cleaner. We've actually seen it for 2021. It was our #1 sold piece of equipment.
Really? So it must have been very, very advanced technology at the time to be keeping up with all the demands that have changed in terms of cleaning. Because back in '86, you were through hole and that was it. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
you wouldn't know because you're too young. But
I
yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
And I could stay up here and repeat a bunch of things smarter people have told me, but I won't do that. But what I can tell you is with the stencil cleaner, it was built on a solid foundation, and the overall concept dimensions have not changed from its original date that it was introduced. And in fact, we still have customers that are using the stencil cleaner that they bought from the original line back in 1988, still being actively used on the floor today.
Wow, that's impressive. And it copes okay with surface mount and low standoffs and all the other challenges that are around now that weren't around then?
Well, they're just cleaning stencils, so it makes it a little easier. But that's a good little transition because what we've seen, at least in last year, we do have an upgrade on the stencil cleaner that we introduced that allows you to clean PCBs and misprints. And I would say probably about 75% of the stencil cleaners we sold, or the X30 stencil cleaner we sold in 2021, included the option to clean PCBs and misprints.
Okay, so effectively they're boards that the SPI has said don't have enough paste on them or have too much paste or something, and you're basically washing off the paste.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And even for some other shops, you know, maybe they have some unique size boards that won't fit into your traditional batch cleaner, or they don't want to change the whole recipe up in the inline. So they'll just put, you know, the onesie twosies into a custom rack that they'll place into the stencil cleaner.
But I suppose that's putting more solder paste into the whatever solution you're using compared to just cleaning a stencil. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's actually part of the reason it's been so popular is I think with all the COVID challenges we've been facing, so many people are bringing a lot more, at least in the United States, are bringing a lot more of the production in-house. So with the stencil cleaner, it has the versatility to be able to handle the solder paste in cleaning both stencils and PCBs and misprints that you wouldn't want to do to your batch cleaner.
And obviously it copes with small apertures and all the other demanding stuff.
Yes, and man, I'm going to have you start selling this thing for me. No, I'm just kidding. That's actually one of the main selling points is, we always compete against the lesser expensive ultrasonic options. And with the spray and air technology, that's probably the best feature is the very small apertures on those stencils, being able to make sure those are fully clean.
Yeah, and obviously dry afterwards. But,
Well, that is our thing. It is a fully automatic stencil cleaner. So you're wash, rinse, and fully dry all in 10 to 12 minutes.
Wow, and that's one stencil at a time or a batch?
Currently, it's the X30 is one stencil at a time. So you insert it, press a button, walk away, come back, take it out, and put a new one in.
Well, I suppose unless you're working in really, really small volumes, that's quite a quick turnaround time. So it's probably not an issue for 99.9% of the companies out there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it also just a labor savings as well. This machine does not require a full-time operator.
Yeah, I suppose it's put it in, push the button, and then when it's done, you can take it out, and half an hour after it's done, you can still take it out.
Absolutely, and one of the things that we released right in the middle of summer last year is we gave it a full cosmetic makeover. Not only does it have the nice fancy touchscreen on it now and all full color, but we went away from the grays and browns that I think this industry has been used to for so long, and we brought in the nice bright red, white, and blue to match our logo. So we're very proud of it, and so far our customer feedback has been great, and we've actually taken that color scheme and added it to a few more pieces of equipment that we're actually releasing early this year.
Yeah, I have to say I'm very pleased to hear that, because a lot of us are very fed up with looking at everything and it's just various shades of gray.
I would agree with that. I'm new and younger in the industry, so I would have to say the bright colors, they make people happy. And when you're working in a floor like that, you want to work on nice pieces of equipment that you enjoy.
And just, I guess, to round it off, what about the environmental considerations of washed off paste and chemistry and all the rest of the stuff?
That is a phenomenal question, because that is something that is a hot topic for everyone, no matter where you live in this world. And fortunately, with all of Austin American Technology equipment, they come in both open loop and closed loop configurations. And I would say almost every stencil cleaner we sold in 2021 and so far this year has been a closed loop configuration, which means all you have to do is add a carbon and a DI bottle to it. Nothing goes at the drain except for when you need to do your annual maintenance or change out your solution. And even then, most people do like put in a barrel or evaporate it off. So very little, if anything, goes to drain nowadays.
Wow, so there's hardly any environmental impact at all.
That's absolutely correct. And that's one of the main things that we focus on with all of our equipment. Even though we build the equipment 100% in Austin, Texas, we still have environmental issues there. And we want to make sure that nothing's going to the drain if you don't want it to.
And that's a good thing to see. And, even though you have a machine that's been around for a very, very long time, effectively you could also say that because of this kind of stuff, it's state of the art as well.
Yeah, that's the one thing I'll give credit to the founder, Steve Statcher of Austin American Technology. Even back in 1988 when he launched the company, he had a good vision and he knew what was coming in the future. So, little tweaks here and there, going to touchscreens instead of push buttons, just upgrading the technology all around, and it works with everybody.
Yeah, and obviously you've done okay through COVID, and you're exhibiting here.
Yes, we do have a booth here. We didn't bring any equipment. We weren't sure how the turnout was going to be, but I have to say it's a pretty good show so far. But I would give a testament to these type of opportunities. Doing this type of video is really what has gotten us through COVID. So you're the forefront of that, and it's a tremendous opportunity.
Yep, and I have to say, just to wrap up, it's really nice to talk to people in 3 dimensions here as well. So thank you very much for joining me.
I really appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Not at all. It's been my pleasure.
Electronics are part of our world, expanding by application to open up new opportunities for automotive, healthcare, and many other industries. But today's manufacturing techniques are not sustainable. They are energy hungry and inefficient. expensive, and have limited flexibility. The world is asking us to do better. Introducing Pulse Forge tools, a new approach to thermal processes like soldering and curing. Design with more flexibility, manufacture with fewer process steps, reduce energy use, and decarbonize the supply chain. Expand your creativity to new levels. Designers are asking for more. They need to reduce form factors, reduce weight to work on wearables and stretchables, opening new market opportunities for consumers across the world, asking us to do better. If you think sustainability and freedom of design are not possible in electronics manufacturing, think again. Think Pulse Forge.
Nordson Electronic Solutions. Everything you need for precision automated fluid dispensing, conformal coating, plasma surface treatment, and selective soldering. Our passion is helping customers take their processes further, faster, with best-in-class technologies, dedicated global sales and support teams, and unmatched applications expertise. From the names you respect, Asamtech Fluid Dispensing and Conformal Coating, March Plasma Treatment, and Select for selective soldering, we offer years of experience in advanced technology solutions for electronics manufacturing. Take your electronics assembly process further, faster.
Global SMT and Packaging opens the windows of the world to bring you the latest news and technologies from Munich, from Bangalore, from Shanghai, from San Diego.
Oh, hi, and welcome back to the Keith Bryan Show. And I'm here with Gus from Seho, and we're going to talk new technologies in wave soldering, which is a topic that I really enjoy because I had a conversation with someone 15 years ago who told me wave soldering was going to be dead. Reflow was here, and there was no need ever to wave solder a board again. And as all of you know, that was kind of not a truism. So tell me what's new, guys.
Yes, wave soldering has not gone away. It's continued to improve over the years. Seho specializes in full tunnel nitrogen systems and smaller wave soldering systems. We have innovated with some of our preheating systems so that you can run different products simultaneously in the oven using our pulsar preheating system. It's designed to be off versus a preheater that is continually on. So as the board passes over, then the preheating, the pulsar preheaters cycle on to full 100%, and they will preheat the board, and then when the board passes, they cycle completely off. So therefore, you can have different preheating profiles and run different boards within a wave soldering system. From a process control system at Productronica, we introduced a automatic nozzle height adjustment for both wave nozzles so that you can independently change the height of the wave nozzle for different parts of a board as the board is passing through the wave, especially when it's in a pallet and you have the deep cutouts and you need to get good hole fill. You have the capability of adjusting the height of that nozzle, then also increasing the pump pressure to get good hole fill. Along with our sectoral soldering functions, which allows us to change the parameters and the definitions that have been set for the board going through it. Another technology was the automatic wave height measuring system. It's a bar that has a sensor, and you can do this between boards. You can program it. The bar comes down, the pump comes up on the wave nozzle, and you have sensors along this entire bar, and it's measuring the height of that wave throughout the whole process and can adjust the pump pressure automatically if the wave height isn't
at the height that it should be. I mean, like you said, wave soldering was supposed to disappear 20 years ago, and we still do a very good business with our new wave soldering technologies.
Yeah, I mean, you've covered just about all the things that people said used to be wrong with wave soldering,
Yes.
and you found a way of overcoming them.
Yes,
I mean,
our research and development people, though, they are the key for doing this. Every year, I'm amazed at different things that come out of our R&D group that continually innovate the products that we make.
and did the change to lead-free and the higher temperatures bring any difficult demands to you, or did you cope with it fairly well?
We've coped with it fairly well. The systems have been designed from our coating technology to be resistant to the corrosiveness of the lead-free solder alloys. And with having segmented conveyor systems, which allows us to create different preheating profiles in the preheating area and having a separate conveyor over the solder pot, it allows us to make a lot of adjustments within the preheating profiles and also the running times on the board, so you can adjust the speeds of the boards at the same time to kind of compensate for the higher temperatures and the hole fill problems you have with a lead-free solder that doesn't flow as effectively as a tin lead alloy.
Yeah, you need to get obviously more heat into the board, and
Yes.
it's got to be more heat through the board.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, and your preheat systems are able to cope with this okay, even though it's like a fairly new and exciting technology?
Yes, with different preheating configurations with convection, IR, quartz, of course, and topside preheating. And then I said, with our innovation with the pulsar preheaters, which are the primary design was first to be energy efficient. They react faster than the traditional IR or quartz preheating system. And with that, like I said, allowed us to be able to run different products through a wave at the same time without, traditionally you couldn't start the next wave product until the last board was through. Now with this pulsar preheating system, it allows you to be able to run different products through the board, through the wave process at the same time because of this different type of preheating configuration.
So you've got that flexibility of pretty much what we'd call working on the fly.
Yes, completely.
And the last one I was going to ask you was energy efficiency, which you covered a little bit already, but how does it compare to the historical wave solder machines?
The data that I've had from Seho, Germany, is that you're looking at around 30% reduced energy costs with this type of a preheating system versus a traditional IR and quartz preheating system.
Wow! And as energy costs are going up through the roof at the moment, that's a serious saving.
Yes, it is. It does provide a serious saving in the long run.
Well, Gus, thanks for coming in and updating us with what Seho have to offer. And yeah, it's been really interesting, and I'm sure the people who are listening have enjoyed it as well. Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much, sir.
Co-Young is leading a smart revolution that will change the world of electronics manufacturing. Based on our pioneering True 3D measurement-based inspection technology, we revolutionize the solder paste inspection market to such great lengths that 1 in 2 SPIs sold today is from Co-Young. Building our SPI technology, we expanded to automated optical inspection, also known as AOI. Every year, we introduce new award-winning innovations and have proudly earned the respect from thousands of customers across diverse industries. Aside from our R&D center in Korea, we have research facilities focused on artificial intelligence and deep learning across the world to help us further develop proprietary AI technologies for your challenges. With our global network of sales and service centers, we aim to respond quickly to your needs and to deliver the highest level of customer satisfaction.
Welcome to Reliability Matters, a podcast for the electronic assembly industry. Each episode covers topics related to reliability, best practices, and environmentally responsible assembly techniques, with insights from experts across the electronic assembly industry. Now, here's your host, Mike Conrad. Well, welcome back to a very different type of Reliability Matters episode. I'm not in my normal studio. I am in San Diego, California, at the IPC Apex Expo, where I was invited by my good friend and colleague, Trevor Galbraith from Global SMT, to take over his booth and produce a few very short episodes. So these are little express episodes. I have 4 guests today. Each interview will be about, or each conversation will be about 10 minutes long. So this is just a little tapas bar. It's a little appetizer of subjects that we hope to dive into in just a little bit. My first guest today is Jasper Leike from Viscom. Jasper, welcome.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to be here as well, and thanks for agreeing to step away from the booth. And I'm sure you're really taking one for the team, having to sit in this comfortable chair. We get to take our masks off for a few minutes.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. We can milk this one all day long.
Sure, absolutely.
Viscom is a manufacturer of inspection systems, which falls into a very wide category of equipment. Tell me
Absolutely.
what all the different type of inspection systems that you manufacture.
So we basically cover all gates. So everything from SPI, CCI, so pick and place, pre and post reflow. We do X-ray, inline, and manual X-ray as well. So we have the whole line card basically. So wherever you need some sort of inspection, we are there to help you.
And you're the manufacturer of those products.
Yes, we are. So they're all manufactured.
Unlike a company that says, I know where to get one. We'll just stick
No.
on it.
That's
Right.
our own. Yes,
Right.
absolutely. So
It's kind of unusual. I've talked to many X-ray companies on the show. I've talked to many SPI, AOI companies on the show. I don't think I've actually talked to someone who does both. And
well, that's
now I have.
what's unique about
Check
us,
that
right?
off the list.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
check that off the list.
No, and I mean it's obviously kind of sort of related. I mean, if it's SPI, AOI, you want to look at the similar things. I know, of course, SPI and AOI, as in SMT parts, are different, but at the same time, macros and algorithms, they help you out. And if you have that knowledge in-house, then why not widen it up as much as you can on the different equipment?
Let's start with X-ray real quick.
Sure.
My theory, and I've said this on the show before, is that that technology, X-ray, caused voiding in VGAs, because before X-ray, we never saw a void, right? And
yep.
now look what
absolutely.
you've done.
Yes.
Right?
Now all of a sudden you see it, right?
Exactly. What are the beneficial uses for X-ray versus AOI versus SPI? At what point would just X-ray only work for a specific application? And at what point is it arguable that maybe other technologies could fill in? Or is X-ray just totally unique?
I mean, it's all the above, basically. So, I mean, yes, unfortunately, you can say, well, X-ray is only geared for that or this, but there are definitely a lot of things that X-ray is good for, of course, but there are also some things where you would need some optical, as in regular AOI. So there are pros and cons on all equipment, of course, but the X-ray specifically, of course, I mean, it's obvious. You already mentioned the voids and stuff. So whatever you cannot see with the naked eye, I mean, you have to have X-ray. And these days, more and more components have hidden solder joints or is under some sort of shield or obstructed view, or you want to look at it from the bottom side and top side and whatever. So there are always some things that you need to look at, and that's obviously extremely hard if you can't see it with your own eyes, kind of thing. So,
and do you offer both 2D and 3D
yes,
models?
everything is basically fast 3D, so you can call it dim it down and do less inspection, but all machines are geared towards the high quality and fast X-ray.
So you don't have a 2D only machine?
No.
You can use it for 2D applications,
you can, yes.
but it's all 3D
yes.
capable.
And there are all kinds of different options on the machine, so it's not only one machine, of course. We all offer a wide range, even within the same X-ray, inline X-ray machine. So there are many options, yes.
Well, the whole idea when it comes to reliability, which is the theme of the show,
yes,
is to not have a problem.
Yep.
Number one.
Ideally, yes.
Number two, if you have a problem, contain it in the factory.
Definitely, yes.
So that it doesn't come back as an RMA,
Yep.
right? So I know, just a little bit to be dangerous,
Sure.
SPI has a really solid purpose, and AOI has a wider purpose. But SPI is one of the technologies that can stop something from being reflowed. So not just can you fix it in your factory, but you can fix it before you have to rework it.
Exactly,
right?
yes.
Because rework is
exactly.
a whole nother can of worms.
Yes,
Some companies
indeed.
will not rework; they'll
Yep,
throw it away.
yep,
right?
absolutely.
And at least they avoided an escape, but
Yes.
they still
But it's
cost them-
expensive at the end, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
So tell me where SPI ends and where AOI begins. If someone wanted to make sure nothing left their factory, and maybe they can't afford both.
I was going to say, well, ideally they need all machines, right?
They buy an X-ray, they buy everything.
Exactly.
Right. Problem solved.
Exactly.
Thank you very
Very
much.
easy.
Yes. But assuming the real world catches up
Sure.
to somebody, that they actually have what they call it, a budget.
Uh-huh.
Assuming that's the case, at what point would you suggest, okay, you should just do SPI? What kind of problems would they have to have for SPI to be the best solution versus AOI or both?
Yep. I mean, it's hard to answer, but I'll try anyway, of course. So, I mean, SPI is a, let's say, more cost-efficient way to catch the defects. But at the same time, if you have, again, a lot of hidden solder joints, then you really, really need to make sure your process is 100% nailed in, and it's not. It's never 100%.
That's right.
So it is a risk that you take and say, okay, do I want to invest that extra money in the X-ray equipment to make sure I catch absolutely everything? So let's say, well, if you send a rocket to the moon, it's probably a good idea to find it before you get up there, right? But
all
if
based
it's,
on the cost of failure.
Exactly, exactly. So it really depends on the product that you manufacture. Or is it like a more, let's say, throwaway product if it doesn't work, or if it's very expensive circuit boards, then of course you absolutely want to make sure that it's 100%. So it really is a lot of the cost and product in mind itself, what it does.
Right. What questions should a customer ask? I'm on the board of SMTA, and we're going to be producing a training series of how to buy equipment.
Okay.
Because many people know what equipment does, but they really don't know how to buy. They don't know what questions to ask. And if you don't know what questions to ask, you might be at the mercy of the person answering those questions, right?
Yep.
So what do you appreciate in what you would consider a smart buyer? What kind of questions should they ask you that would help you? You have an array of products. It would help you make sure that the response to their question is something that will be as plug and play and as useful as possible.
Yep.
Rather than buyer's regret, buyer's remorse later, right? I'm sure we've all been there, right?
Absolutely.
I have in my company. I'm sure you have in yours. So what types of questions would you like to hear from customers that would allow you to respond more accurately?
Yeah, I mean, they obviously would know their own products, what type of resolution, how small of a component do you manufacture, or what type of component do you put on the circuit boards. So that's obviously one. So you would want to have a machine that works with your flow, and at the same time you want to make sure it's future-proof. So if you have a 1206, which is the loudest, the smallest component, then of course you want to make sure that it's ready for 0602 or 0603 or whatever. But at the same time, you also want to make sure that it's a reliable machine. So you want to look at let's say, the quality build of the machine. So when you buy a car, you don't expect to throw it out after a year or 3 years or 5 years. You want to make sure it's reliable throughout the whole history of the machine, and you have a return of investment, of course.
Not just reliable, relevant.
Yes.
Right? That's an extra R in our world.
Yes.
Something can work for 20 years because it's very well built.
Yep.
But it may not be useful. I'm looking at someone made a high quality Betamax tape player.
Sure.
Or a 8-track tape player.
Yep.
It might still be working right now, but you can't use it.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's when upgrades come in. So you want to upgrade the machine, even though it's a 5 or 6 or 10 years old machine. Even then, in most cases, we can also offer upgrades. So that's also something you want to look into. Okay, the machine I expect would be working with this specific product for 5 years. What can I do with it afterwards? I know this is obviously further down the line, but it's also an investment. So you spend X amount of money on a machine. You want to make sure you don't throw it out after that product is dead or obsolete. So that's definitely something. And obviously, you want to look into the capabilities of the machine. So as a customer, you would want to have them, let's say, really look on the machine more in details, more than just call it a 5-minute show or what we refer to as a paper eval. You want to really look into the machine and select a couple of machines that you want to look close into, and then provide your own product so the machine manufacturer can demonstrate their let's say, capabilities on your exact product. We all have our demo boards, and they're great, of course, to show it immediately, but of course you want the customer to show it on their products because
Sure.
that's
all that matters at
yes,
the end of the
exactly,
day, right?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Well, I guess this is a dangerous question, but
Sure.
how's the show?
The show is actually, it started okay. I mean, it's of course as anybody
times,
would
right?
expect, it's current time, so it's a lot less busy
Well,
than.
the secret to a successful show is to have low expectations.
Yes,
right? So
exactly.
I think we all share that.
Yeah,
Now,
it's all good.
I taught a 3-hour course, professional development course yesterday, and we had a room full of people, which
Yep.
was very nice.
Yep.
And I've seen, slower, but
People here, so
impressive
that's all that
traffic,
matters. Yeah, exactly.
all in,
Yes,
all things
yes,
considered.
Yeah. It won't be the same as it was 2, 3, 5 years ago, no.
Right.
But it's here,
Might
and
take
we're
another-
obviously glad to see everybody, and it's good to get out.
It's very good to get out. It's a
Yes.
slice of normalcy. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, you
Well,
learn to appreciate the little things, right?
The little things in life. Well,
Yes.
Jasper, thank you so much for being
Thank you.
on this little express
Yep.
little
Appreciate
nugget of
it.
a show. I really
Appreciate the
appreciate you being
invitation.
here, and I'll look forward to talking to you again when we can have more time and
Sure.
expand the whole subject.
Absolutely.
All
No
right.
problem.
Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
At Kaizen, we know it's the science that makes the difference. The right solutions happen when you care enough to ask the right questions. And we understand that your performance is directly related to ours. Science knows why it works, care knows why it's important. Electronics are part of our world, expanding by application to open up new opportunities for automotive, healthcare, and many other industries. But today's manufacturing techniques are not sustainable. They are energy hungry and inefficient, expensive, and have limited flexibility. The world is asking us to do better. Introducing Pulse Forge tools, a new approach to thermal processes like soldering and curing. Design with more flexibility, manufacture with fewer process steps, reduce energy use, and decarbonize the supply chain. Expand your creativity to new levels. Designers are asking for more. They need to reduce form factors, reduce weight to work on wearables and stretchables, opening new market opportunities for consumers across the world, asking us to do better. If you think sustainability and freedom of design are not possible in electronics manufacturing, think again. Think Pulse Forge.
Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us through the break. Once again, my thanks to Trevor Galbraith for letting me interlope onto his space, and Summer Dean, who you can't see Summer, and her trusty colleague, David. They're sitting on the other side of the table, pushing all the buttons, and hopefully making us look as good as we possibly can and sound halfway intelligent. So thank you, the two of you, for the work you do behind the scenes. My guest today now is Greg Papandrew. Greg, welcome.
Thank you.
It's nice to see you again.
Yes, again.
I'm used to seeing you in pixel form, so it's
Yeah,
nice
2D.
to see you in organic form.
Yes, 3D is nice.
Yes, absolutely. I appreciate you being here. You and I are working on a project
Yes.
with SMTA. I chair their training committee, and we're doing a new 101 training course on board fabrication.
Yes.
We're not teaching people how to fabricate a board.
No, when you
That is not the goal.
Right. No, when you gave me the call, it was really refreshing to hear that, because we teach everything. You go into a contract manufacturer, an OEM company, you have everything on the wall, awards and training on how to solder a board, how to package a board, how to clean a board, how to do everything with a board, inspect a board, but not how to buy a board.
Right.
And the circuit board represents 8 to 12% of the bill of material. One of the most expensive parts of the bill of material. The price is subjective, meaning depending on where you go, how many you buy, the technology, the price is different, and there is found money to be had. You know, the circuit board is unfortunately is the last thing ordered, but the first thing needed, and a lot of it's done on a rush. And if a buyer is trained to know what they're doing, they're going to save their company a lot of money, and especially during the quoting process, because a lot of buyers today are not only buying what they need for today, but they're also quoting, and they're quoting like crazy. And you've got a big chunk of money there that if you quote incorrectly, you may not be getting the job, so you're wasting your time, or you quote incorrectly, and when the job comes in, oh, the board's not $2. Oh, it's IPC 6012 Class 3. Now it's a $5 board. Oh, I can't take this offshore. And, well, guess what? Now
Start
you get
all over again.
Yeah, and then sales is scrambling because your company just made a commitment. So the importance of training, so right now, like I said, I find buyers today are either, untrained, overwhelmed, or management is not giving them the support necessary to give them that incentive. Hey, what can we do to save money? Because even on existing jobs, where you talk about quality being job one or continuous improvement in engineering, there's not someone going out on the floor and saying, why are we buying this board from this particular house still? It's not a quick turn anymore. Let's see what else we can do. Let's learn how we can leverage our spend, and this is for both domestic and offshore, military, high tech, whatever. And a lot of buyers don't know how to do that.
Right. And, when you think about the bare board, it's the foundation, literally the foundation to which the product is going to be made. It's going to be built on. And then that product is going to go into something, and that something has to function, right?
Correct.
So it is probably the most important basic part of any electronic assembly is the board it's built up on. And in many cases, my experience is it's treated like a commodity. Right?
Yes.
I mean, it's just whoever can build this board for a fraction of a cent a piece lower,
correct,
gets the order.
Correct.
And since the reality is obviously not all, most of the suppliers of bare boards are offshore,
right,
off our shore.
Mm-hmm.
The buyer is never going to see the production facility. They're never going to be able to legitimize it in their head.
Of course.
They're relying on a lot of promises from a lot of either brokers or salespeople and all of that, right?
Well, no, you make a very good point, because even domestically, unfortunately, a lot of buyers today have never been inside of a board house. And sure, traveling overseas costs a lot of money, but a lot of people have not gone to the next state to actually see what's gone on in the board house to get appreciation of what goes into making a board, to make those value judgments of why, hey, I just pulled up to the shop and, oh my gosh, now I know why our board's so cheap, or why we have this quality problem. So there's not, and that's, to be fair, they have nothing to compare it to. And even going offshore, it's funny, is people think they're dealing direct. They don't know. They might be dealing with an actual broker over there. So yes, it might be someone with a Chinese address and everything looks, but it's not actually a real board house. So are they getting the value that they need?
It might be a guy that has a guy.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. And so, there's a lot of, even domestically, we have a large military type board house here. There are one company buys from 3 or 4 different divisions because they have to, but they don't question how they buy. They don't question, hey, look, yeah, I know we deal with 4 divisions, but we represent this much of your business. And we want to have quality board reviews. There's not a demand from buyers because they don't know what they can do and the power they have with managing their vendor base and giving them the quality that they need. And yes, of course, price plays part in part, but at the same time, it's not everything.
Right.
Because when it comes right down to it, I remember I lost a job of a mere 20 cents, and on 1,000 pieces, okay, it's $200. And I knew the promise that was made was not being kept, and I warned the buyer about that. Well, at the end of the month, the product did not come in. And I said, ooh, for $200, wouldn't you like to have made your month? And that's what it comes down to.
Right.
It's the value knowing that you can rely on a vendor, whether domestically or offshore. And a lot of buyers don't know. I don't think they have the time or understand what's need to be done, and they treat it like a commodity.
Right.
It's a custom-made item with over 100 different processes to make. It's not if, but when a problem will happen.
Right. you hear a lot about counterfeit, particularly in the days of component shortages and supply chain issues. That's really incentivizing the counterfeit market. And we think of counterfeit in components. Is there an equivalent of that in circuit boards? Maybe not counterfeit per se, but maybe not made to the standards or with the materials that.
Oh, yes. Basically, what it comes
you would
right
have really no way of knowing unless you did some metrology studies on the board.
Right. What it'll come right down to is basically material, the base material. Is there, the mark in there? Is there, do you have a CFC that actually shows where the material came from? That's the kind of thing where you'd wonder about, okay, is the material there? Yes, there is chemistry. Do they do what's proper for proper whole wall, build up the vias, things like that. But the main thing for a counterfeiting would be, is the material that we ordered being used? Is it the 170 T sub G, as opposed to 150, they slide that in. Would it work? Yeah, probably, but that's not what you requested.
Right.
And, and that's just it. You've got the, we just had that conversation today, we want something down and dirty. Well, you're going to get down and dirty.
Down and dirty FR4, nothing special.
Oh gosh. Right. And, but it's got to survive all these things. Well, that's not down and dirty FR4. You got to learn, and that's another thing about buying is, maybe there are boards that you have a combination of it for as a contract manufacturer that can be down and dirty, and other boards that, sorry, we can't do that on that. And so you're not building a Porsche when a Ford could get you there just as well.
Right.
And that's, there's nothing wrong with down and dirty FR4. It just depends upon the product.
If the product is a down and dirty product, right?
Yes, but what's the end
short
use?
Obsolescence, a quick obsolescence time, and maybe a little planned obsolescence, maybe a throwaway consumer part.
Well, and at the same time, that's where I think buyers don't know how to use their vendors or their sales reps, because sales reps don't know. Is I always ask my customer, what is this going into? Or if I see something strange, what is this going? Because what I'm asking that for is because, I'm anticipating there might be a problem. When someone comes down to, what is it going to? Oh, it's this? Oh, okay, fine. And by knowing that, I can understand. Or when someone's calling out this spec, what is this going into? Do you really need that?
Right.
And they're like, well, this is our standard. Well, your standard's costing you a lot more money than it has to.
Right.
So
that makes sense. Before we end, we have to move on. I want to show this book right here. Summer, if you can get a shot of that. PCB Basics for Buyers, authored by the one and only Greg Papandrew. Tell me what this book is about. It's a healthy book with lots of illustrations and a huge glossary at the end.
Yeah.
Sorry, my mic drift off. It's a pretty impressive book.
Yeah, you go to directpcb.com to get your free copy, and it's colored and everything else as well. Or if you want, I'll send you an autographed copy, and that $5 will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. But the fact is it's a great tool for most buyers to have. Anyone from receiving to reception, just enough so you understand what a board is, glossary of terms, so to give that untrained buyer just a little bit of an edge of what's going on and what to ask for and look for a quote. Mm-hmm. And eventually I'll have another book called Buying Boards Like a Boss, and it actually gets into basically how you can do your job better.
What I appreciate about you and your company is this book is not filled with, if you want good boards, call Greg. There's really no sales pitches in this book. This is really a guide, no matter whether they use you or a million other people out there. This is a guide to how to buy boards smart.
Correct.
And it's not a sales pitch of any kind. So that's impressive.
No, well, yeah. I was going to say.
Well, the fact that you wrote it, obviously.
Well, no, I wrote it.
Right?
Yes, right.
So you get the street cred part of it, but it's a safe book to read.
Yes,
exactly. If you're not going to find out the answer to every problem is 1-800-CALL-GREG.
That's
right?
correct. So, no, it's not that at all.
Right. All right. Well, Greg, once again, great talking to you.
Yeah.
And thanks for being on the show.
Right.
This little express version of Global SMT. We're going to be back in just a moment, right after this break.
At Kaizen, we know it's the science that makes the difference. The right solutions happen when you care enough to ask the right questions. And we understand that your performance is directly related to ours. Science knows why it works, care knows why it's important. micro dispensing, there is one product line that is proven and trusted by manufacturers in semiconductor packaging, electronics assembly, medical device, and electromechanical assembly the world over. DL Technology, superior pumps and needles for the finer things in life.
Welcome back. Thanks for coming back after the break. We are once again in the Global SMT booth. This is Mike Conrad, host of the Reliability Matters podcast, where we're putting on a little express version of our podcast. And my guest now is Kevin Ho from EM Solutions. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. You're an attendee at this show. You're probably grateful to get off your feet for a little bit on these comfy chairs. Right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me how your experience has been walking the show so far.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Seeing a lot of new technology. I've been to IPC Apex before, but last year didn't come because of COVID, obviously. So I feel like in the 2 years that I haven't been here, there's been a lot of new developments, a lot of new interesting things, both for my industry, specifically printed circuit board assembly, and also just kind of looking around, seeing a lot of new and different things. It's not as many people as I've seen before.
No,
but,
you're not going to bump into too many people, but there's a general flow of traffic, and there is a general level of optimism. You just have to factor everything in with sign of the times. The pandemic. This is California. We're a little bit more restrictive on our rules, but all in all, it's good to see the industry back together again.
Yeah, at least we're having it. All right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. What else are we going to do? So you have a board assembly house, contract manufacturer, if you will, a
Right.
CM, as we like to call them. And one of your capabilities is short turn assembly, which is a unique specialty to be able to turn a X number of boards around very quickly.
Right.
Some companies do that very well. Some companies really don't do that very well, and it would be an exception for them to do that. So what makes quick turn assembly unique compared to a more traditional assembly house that is not prepared to do something so quick? What do you have to do differently?
There's a couple things that we've in our experience we found that we need to do for quick turn assembly, and I think the most important thing is customer communication. Customers, for them, if they have something specific that they need to communicate it to us right away, because we don't have 2 weeks to build something. We're building something in 3 to 5 days. And also when we're building something, if something comes up during the process, like we have a question about where does this component go, this component doesn't match, we need them to get back to us right away so that we can keep things moving.
So it's really it's a double-edged sword. They are relying on you, and you are equally relying on them.
Right.
And if neither of you do your part, the board doesn't get made.
Right, exactly.
The time possible.
Yeah.
How's the supply chain issues? I think about all the parts that are not coming in or are stuck on boats, just north of us here. When someone wants something very quick, obviously the assumption is all the parts are in stock, right, and available.
Yeah.
Has that been a challenge in the short turn market?
Definitely. Before this part shortage kind of came about, everything was kind of readily available, so quick turn wasn't really a problem. While you're getting fab made in 3 to 5 days, you can procure the parts in that same amount of time. But now what we're finding is, even for prototype projects, even if you're only building 5 or 10 boards, 20 boards, certain components are not in stock. So we have to rely on a lot of our outside vendors to kind of help us find parts. And also we have a strong engineering team that needs to kind of step up and help our customer look for substitution sub parts.
Right.
And
so normally does the contract manufacturer supply the parts, or do you have sometimes customers give you kitted parts and just want you to do the assembly?
We do both. We're comfortable doing both. We prefer to have control of everything. I mean, who doesn't, right? But if we can buy the components, then we know that we have the right quantities, we have the right if something's on reel instead of cut tape, we know everything is good if we buy it. But if a customer wants to consign components, that's totally fine with us. We're very capable of handling that. And a lot of what we're seeing nowadays is kind of a mix between both, where we can buy the more common components, or like customers will have us procure the passive stuff, and then they have their own internal stock of the more complicated ICs and specific things that might be harder to find on market, but they have it. So
here's a hypothetical question for you. It's really not so hypothetical. A few years ago, I was hired as an expert witness in a civil litigation matter. It was an OEM suing their contract manufacturer.
Okay.
And basically, they sued their contract manufacturer for following the statement of work that was provided to them. The statement of work was faulty.
Okay.
And the contract manufacturer pointed that out to them, somewhat subtly. But there was record that they pointed it out. But their customer demanded they do it this way. Anyway, they did it. They did exactly what the customer asked for, and the parts failed. And there was a giant recall, and there was a $50 million lawsuit, right, that against them for basically doing what they were told to do.
Right.
So, have you ever been in that situation where you have to basically go to the person who's signing your check to say, "You're wrong. We need to do this a different way"?
All right.
And is that a common occurrence? And how do you handle that delicate task of suggesting to your customer that they let you do it a different way that would provide greater reliability?
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. That's not, I wouldn't say it's a common occurrence. If it was a common occurrence, yeah, that'd be a huge problem. But in the event that does happen, and it has happened in the past, that's where it comes back to customer communication, where it's very key for our customers to trust us and to trust that we and our expertise, we know what we're doing. So when we say, hey, you might want to take a look at this, we might recommend doing it this way as opposed to the way that you suggested it. Having that communication and that trust is really important, so that, because we have our customers' best interest in mind, and we want their boards to work because, like you said,
you want to build more than one. I mean, you want to build more than
exactly
10 quick boards, right? You want to be able to have a long-term relationship with them.
Exactly, right. So I think, for us, it's important in that kind of situation to have our customers trust us. And if they trust us, then we can, hopefully avoid a $50 million litigation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no one wants that. The only people that win in that scenario are the lawyers.
Right.
And the expert witnesses they hire, right?
Like you.
Like me. No one else wins, right?
Yeah.
It's a lose-lose proposition. Finally, what questions do you appreciate a customer asking you to vet your services versus your competitor's services? What questions make a smart buyer? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and that's something that we want all our potential customers to kind of consider, because there's a lot of things that goes into assembly. I think the main thing is you should ask, are we a good fit for you, as size wise, technology wise. Ask probably what kind of machines are you running, what's the the capabilities of those machines, and then I would say some other things that are important are probably asking about, do we have everything that we need? We love when a customer asks us that question. Do you have everything that you need so that you can build this board to, how we want it?
Yeah.
Right.
It's a comforting question, because then you know the customer is willing to get you anything that is missing.
Right,
right. It's your problem.
Exactly.
Right.
It's, and if a customer is missing files, obviously we will reach out to them and ask for these files. But I think, like you said, the fact that they're asking about it means that they're giving it some thought, and they want it to be like a partnership. They're trying to work together to build something, as opposed to just handing us a job and leaving us with it.
Excellent. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for the time. I appreciate your insight into your industry, and good luck at the rest of the show. Hopefully you don't get blisters on your feet walking all the aisles. There's a lot of physical floor space to walk here.
I'll come back on and sit on these chairs.
There you go. Yeah, come back again. Sounds good.
Right, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Thank you.
Take care. And we'll be back with our last guest in just a moment.
Co-Young is leading a smart revolution that will change the world of electronics manufacturing. Based on our pioneering True 3D measurement-based inspection technology, we revolutionized the solder paste inspection market to such great lengths that 1 in 2 SBIs sold today is from Co-Young. Building our SPI technology, we expanded to automated optical inspection, also known as AOI. Every year, we introduce new award-winning innovations and have proudly earned the respect from thousands of customers across diverse industries. Aside from our R&D center in Korea, we have research facilities focused on artificial intelligence and deep learning across the world to help us further develop proprietary AI technologies for your challenges. With our global network of sales and service centers, we aim to respond quickly to your needs and to deliver the highest level of customer satisfaction.
For micro dispensing, there is one product line that is proven and trusted by manufacturers in semiconductor packaging, electronics assembly, medical device, and electromechanical assembly the world over. DL Technology, superior pumps and needles for the finer things in life. At Kaizen, we know it's the science that makes the difference. The right solutions happen when you care enough to ask the right questions. And we understand that your performance is directly related to ours. Science knows why it works, care knows why it's important.
Electronics are part of our world, expanding by application to open up new opportunities for automotive, healthcare, and many other industries. But today's manufacturing techniques are not sustainable. They are energy hungry and inefficient, expensive, and have limited flexibility. The world is asking us to do better. Introducing Pulse Forge tools, a new approach to thermal processes like soldering and curing. Design with more flexibility, manufacture with fewer process steps, reduce energy use, and decarbonize the supply chain. Expand your creativity to new levels. Designers are asking for more. They need to reduce form factors, reduce weight to work on wearables and stretchables, opening new market opportunities for consumers across the world, asking us to do better. If you think sustainability and freedom of design are not possible in electronics manufacturing, think again. Think Pulse Forge.
Nordson Electronic Solutions. Everything you need for precision automated fluid dispensing, conformal coating, plasma surface treatment, and selective soldering. Our passion is helping customers take their processes further, faster, with best-in-class technologies, dedicated global sales and support teams, and unmatched applications expertise. From the names you respect, Asamtech Fluid Dispensing and Conformal Coating, March Plasma Treatment, and Select for selective soldering, we offer years of experience in advanced technology solutions for electronics manufacturing. Take your electronics assembly process further, faster.
Dad, lipstick on my.
Well, welcome back for our fourth and final segment. We did save the best for last. I'd like to introduce you to my favorite pirate. I think instead of saying hello, I should say, what do pirates say? Ahoy! Arr! There we go. My favorite pirate, Michelle Ogahara. She's with Seika. And welcome. Thanks for coming in at the last very second and being my guest to wrap up this episode of Reliability Matters. I'm glad you're here.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Mike. It's always a pleasure and a joy to be with you.
Well, we're both members of the Mutual Admiration Society. I can say that. So I have seen you in many different costumes at this show. I remember several years back, you were a ninja and you were doing martial arts demonstrations along with the late Donald McDonald.
McDonald,
And,
yes, the great.
The great late Donald. And the two of you were giving demonstrations and slamming people to the floor in your booth before the show opened, and it was amazing. And then other times I've seen you sing a presentation. You actually put your words to music and sang a presentation at one of these events many, many years ago. And today you're a pirate. Tell me about your pirate getup.
This little costume was actually a special request from one of my staff. And because, we've been going through the last 2 months, I had a retinal detachment. And so it was very much a struggle for me in terms of sight. And so to make light of it, and especially the show must go on. And so then I thought I would, wear this costume. And
so the patch has a practical purpose in addition to, an element of your costume.
Indeed. I think it's a little bit better than having the, the medical eye mask that
Right.
I was wearing yesterday in
Right.
preparation and scaring everybody off. So thank you so much. But, that's what it is. I think in this environment, everyone coming up to the show has had to go through PCR tests and all kinds of endeavors and traveling, and that's no fun too. So thank the attendees for coming and showing up.
Yeah, and the exhibitors and the staff behind the scenes at IPC for putting this together. That can't be easy when the ground rules kept changing. And,
absolutely.
It's a moving target, and I think they pulled off as good a show as they could have. California has some of the strictest mandates of all the states, maybe less Hawaii. And
that's true.
It's not easy when you have to get tested or show, proof of vaccine or, and wear a mask and all that. It's no fun. No one wants to do it, but people are here because they have business to do, and it's good to see those that could come, did come.
So they made great efforts. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're with Seika. Tell me what Seika builds. It's a variety of different types of equipment, right? So
that's right.
Does it fall into any one theme, or is it?
Well, it's all SMT assembly equipment.
Right.
The top brands, suppliers from Japan. We've been representing them for over 30 years.
Wow.
Here in the U.S., starting out
so you started when you were 3.
Well, I didn't start out with them. Oh yes, it may be pretty close to it, right? Oh my goodness. And but we've had a great time since that time, of course. And most recently, I think during the pandemic time, our customers are really looking to improve their process control. And so I think those items and the quality control equipment, such as the dry cabinets and our viscometers, paste mixers, wetting balance testers, PCB cleaners, like you say, we have over 25 different equipment that Seika represents.
And your PCB cleaners, that's a name that always gets my attention because we're in the cleaning business, but you're in a different type of cleaning business. Your machines use like a sticky tape, for lack of a better description, to pull foreign object debris, lint, and things like that off the assembly. Is that right?
That's correct.
As opposed to like flux removal, you're doing the technical cleaning of the FOD, as we like to call it, foreign object debris.
That's right. That's right. Before the paste printing process to ensure that down the line there's no defects occurring.
Right. Yeah, you don't want foreign object debris or FOD in your solder paste. That they don't gel well together, right? And don't you also make nozzle cleaners too? Is that Is that a thing?
Yes, that's correct. It'll clean 24 nozzles at one time, or up to 80 nozzles depending on the pick and place, the placer nozzle type.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've always been a wonderful ambassador for your brand, for the Seika brand, as many years as I've known you. And you are also a wonderful ambassador for the other trade association in this industry, which is SMTA.
We're ambassadors for all trade and associations, but of course, you and I share a special place in our hearts for the SMTA. That's true.
And how does that work as an ambassador? Is I see you at many events. I see you promoting the benefits of a trade organization, in this case SMTA, but a trade organization in general. How does being associated with, whether it be IPC or SMTA, how does being associated with a trade organization benefit a person? Say someone's just coming into this industry. We have a whole slew of young people finally coming into this industry.
It's exciting to see that. I saw a lot of it here. A lot of the mentors bringing their mentees, or new employees coming with their bosses or managers, and it's wonderful, actually.
Yeah, I met someone last night at a company dinner that was 24. And I'm like, that's the exact age I was when I got into this industry in 1985. I was 24 years old. And I'm like, this is me, 30 plus years ago. But it was nice to see the young blood. So what's your take on, encouraging some of these younger people coming into the industry to join a trade? I don't want to make this polarized, one trade organization over another. Just in general, what kind of advantages have you seen in your experience being part of a trade organization in terms of how it benefited your career and all of that?
Oh, the networking opportunities are optimal, actually, because generally speaking, the association is made up of volunteers, and the long time experts in the industry are part of that leadership most of the time, and they have the experience and the heart and the interest in being able to bring up next generation. So I think it's a great opportunity. You have a chance to meet these potential mentors for you, as well as potential new employers. And just perhaps also, just meeting each other, whether you're in the same generation, and being able to exchange information. I think it's always and you get to have fun. I mean, that's the most important thing. Not that I'm anywhere near an expert in that, but
I've never seen you have fun before, Michelle, ever. Come on.
I think it's important. You have to enjoy what you're doing. And part of it is being in an association that's so supportive. So
yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
It's done a lot for my career over the 30 plus years. I've been doing this.
That's how I met you.
That's true.
At one of these trade shows as well.
That's right.
And that's how we get to be as close as we are. And I absolutely, you're one of the most inspirational and kindest people that I know.
Oh, good. Well, I've managed to fool a pirate. That's amazing. Pirates aren't easily fooled. So, well, Michelle, I really appreciate you being here. It was a delight to find out that you were on my schedule. So I didn't expect it, but I'm happy that you carved out a little bit of time to get out of your booth and spend a little bit of time with me. And it's always a joy to see you. And you are an equal amount of inspiration. The joy that you bring to your booth and the industry is over the top.
1914.
Over the top. Yeah, right. 1914. If you're still on the show floor, if you happen to be watching this on your iPhone while you're eating $20 hot dogs, go over and see the Seika booth. Michelle, always great to see you. We'll see you again very soon.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
And for those of you at home and at work or wherever you're watching this, thank you so much for being part of the special edition of the Reliability Matters podcast. I really appreciate you being here. If you're not a subscriber, you can find our podcast on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, iHeartRadio, or virtually wherever you get your podcasts. We also have a YouTube version of this podcast. If you're listening to this in your car and you're getting a little FOMO to find out what this pirate next to me looks like, you can go onto our YouTube channel. Just search Reliability Matters, and you can hit the bell icon and hit the subscribe button so you'll never miss an episode. There's enough commercial for me. I'm going to wish you all a very good day, and thank you again to our Global SMT friends and family for allowing me to be taking up a little bit of real estate in this booth and producing this show. I will see you again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Co-Young is leading a smart revolution that will change the world of electronics manufacturing. Based on our pioneering True 3D measurement-based inspection technology, we revolutionized the solder paste inspection market to such great lengths that 1 in 2 SPIs sold today is from Co-Young. Building our SPI technology, we expanded to automated optical inspection, also known as AOI. Every year, we introduce new award-winning innovations and have proudly earned the respect from thousands of customers across diverse industries. Aside from our R&D center in Korea, we have research facilities focused on artificial intelligence and deep learning across the world to help us further develop proprietary AI technologies for your challenges. With our global network of sales and service centers, we aim to respond quickly to your needs and to deliver the highest level of customer satisfaction.
Global SMT and Packaging opens the windows of the world to bring you the latest news and technologies from Munich, from Bangalore, from Shanghai, from San Diego.